could be the announcement of our Sustainability Awards recipients today. But let's put the suspense towards the end of our webinar. Today, we are very lucky because we have planned for something very good for those who have already put their effort to show what could be their best results that have come out from their sustainable practices. Today is our day where we have lined up many speakers that not only talks about the government incentives coming from GLCs, coming from banks, coming from the international investors, people who are driving green financing. Also, for those people who are also coming from the new platform called crowdfunding, peer-to-peer funding, and also impact ventures. These are all very, very exciting moments for us to understand what will be outlay out there for people like us who are project managers, who have effortlessly come out with strong performance when it comes to trying to improve the situation, especially when we are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So without further ado, the first agenda of our webinar today is the welcoming remark from our president, which is Mr. Jamaluddin Hussein. We would like to welcome Mr. Jamal and to share his welcoming remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is another historic day for our association, Sustainable Business Network Association of Malaysia, or commonly known as SUSNET to us. We started the organization in December 2016. It was set up to become a sustainable practice platform for individual SMEs, organizations, and NGOs. As of today, we have brought in many players to collaborate with our association and to join hands in supporting the Sustainable Development Goals, commonly known as United Nations 17 SDGs. The collaboration with various industries that include such as oil and gas, manufacturing, IT, agriculture, tourism, and hospitality, as well as universities, polytechnic, college communities, and schools, has further enriched our knowledge on sustainable project management and bringing the new norm for best practices. It is my honor to know that Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan College Community under the Ministry of Higher Education has sought for our expert assistance to develop their blueprint for smart green poly CC nationwide. I am also pleased to hear that our Malaysian GPM Award this year has received around 190 submissions from 36 industries, universities, polytechnic, college communities, and schools. Last year, we only received 20 submissions. So this is a good achievement on our part. More detail on this will be informed later by the chairman of the Malaysian GPM Awards Committee. I'm pleased to know that the GPM Award application include those from Jabatan Pelajaran Perak, which brought in 25 schools with healthy garden projects. Furthermore, there were also 45 projects under the STEM development curriculum that has been assessed for their sustainability element. The majority of this project came from the state of Kelantan. The panel of assessors has made the assessment, and the results of the Malaysian JPN Recognition Award will be announced later at the end of our webinar today. Seeking excellence in sustainability practice is a continuous journey. Our webinar topic for today, Green is the new norm. Transform now. Financing and funding for sustainable projects is just timely in this current economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give thanks to all our speakers who will be speaking in today's session. I would also like to thank the organizers, sponsors, assessors, and the committee members for coming together to make this event happen. With that, I hope today's webinar will be beneficial and impactful to all of you. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for the short speeches in welcoming our webinar today. With me, I have also the chairman of Malaysia GPM Awards 2020, which is Engineer Noor Hisham. Maybe you want to wave your hand, Engineer Hisham? Yes, yes. He has been here early morning, yes, to give a full support to the committee members and also to the members that have already joined hands to bring this event a lively one, yeah? Just to share a little bit, maybe I would like to interact with Engineer Hisham here with respect towards here, because this year has been a remarkable year, even though we are having our MCO and so on, has been quite a challenging one, all right? So I would like to have a little bit of feedback regarding the experience of assessing the GPM awards, especially application. I know that you're going to announce this later, but at least give a bit of the gist about what will be upcoming for the announcement.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning everybody. I think it's very interesting this year to see there's a variety of participation in terms of sustainability initiative which was been put forward, and we, the assessor, having a very challenging time to actually look into various aspects of impact which the participants have actually put forward. And I think this is something which is good, and we are looking forward towards more to come. Okay, I will basically announce this afternoon. Okay, stay tuned. And what's important actually is how do we move forward from here? I think it's very important to look into some of these good initiatives. Either you like to actually implement it, or you like to actually expand the development of the initiative, that we have basically funders being lined up for us to be able to actually look how can we actually realize this initiative. Okay, with that, I pass on back to Dr. Noor, and we hope that all of you stay back, and we'll make the announcement at the end of the session.
Thank you, Engineer Sham. That is a great statement to open up, yeah, for our today's session. We believe one of the most important elements that all of us would like to definitely understand is what is sustainable practitioner, what is sustainability best practice, and what are the frameworks that could help project managers out there who are gearing up their effort to ensure that we're able to create the sustainability impact. I think the lineups that we have today are basically more towards financing. But we believe what we have assessed in all the project managers that have come forward is actually the credibility and the competency that they have in driving up the effort of working with communities, which effortlessly, we believe there are certain communities which probably are not being attended fully. And this is where NGOs and social enterprise projects comes in, and they're able to penetrate to the communities that are very much probably put into the sideline. And we have people who are working with Orang Asli, we have people working with OKUs, yeah, and many, many other communities which we believe probably we have not been involved directly or indirectly. The effort of our sustainable projects is actually to ensure that even though we mentioned about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, those are very much the guidelines and how we believe we can pick and choose elements that are closer to our hearts. Yeah? So when we talk about sustainability, we always believe that the element of people, planet, and prosperity would be embedded into their standard operating procedures. But to what extent people practices that? This is something that is very much being questioned. And when someone mentioned that, yes, we are into sustainability, we are creating a lot of sustainability impact, but to what extent we can get that claim being confirmed and verified? So this is some of the things which we under Sustainable Business Network, or in short, SUSNET, we trying to help all the best practitioners to have the credibility to claim for their impact resources and to also be part of the streamline when the national agenda are also focusing on sustainability as one of the next journey into transformation. Yeah, there's a lot of transformation that needs to be done, and when the theme of our webinar is transform now, so that is already an action that need to be taken. So when we say transform now, at the end of the day, a lot of people will say, yes, we have put all our practices in hand. We've all lined up our projects to have the sustainability impact. We have bring in the 5 Ps, we call that. The product, the process, the people, the planet, and prosperity, all within the what they call the business model of sustainability. Now, how do we embrace the financial institutions to come in and be part of that sustainability effort that a lot of these project managers out there are probably working in silos or working within their own framework or domain area or in certain sectors which is probably not known. So the creativity of sustainability brings out a lot of talent, but in the meantime, they are hidden. So the effort that we're going to do today is to discover and also identify areas which people have not known that this has been done in Malaysia. Why we call it Malaysia Sustainable Impact Awards, or we call Sustainability Awards, is we want to recognize people that have probably put a lot of effort, whether in the design stage or whether in their implementation stage, or whether the project has completed, to share what they have developed and showcase it, especially now when we are all being impacted by COVID-19's pandemic. We should really now learn the reality that sustainability is not just about environment. It's about the component of the social impact, the economic impact, and also the environmental impact. And all those elements has got its own chemistry. And believe me, with all the assessment that we have done, with all the 190 projects that we assessed this year, each and every one of the projects are unique by itself. And we are very pleased to hear young entrepreneurs, be it within the different states, yeah? have come out and really enjoys themselves, in terms of how they would like to share part of their success stories to us. So most of the stories you can find it later when we explain to you where you can get the list of projects or where are the description of the projects and to what extent this project has transformed and bring the development within the economic activity or within the community that they are living with. Yeah. I know that we are very much early today, and I'm glad that we start early. And we know that our lineup of speakers are also here together with us. Let me share you with the next speaker, which is the first speaker of the day for this webinar. And his name is Tuan Syed Ahmad. Yeah, he is the COO of Green Tech Malaysia. Tuan Syed is the one of the what I call experienced person within the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Center, where the main driver is, of course, to provide the green technology deployment for socio-economic growth while addressing the impact of climate change. That's definitely a big role to play, while he is very much the man of the year, I would say, because he's not only having 30 years of experience in varied disciplines, in areas of banking and financing, and of course, he has devoted himself also in mobilizing the market enablers and especially helping people to catalyze the adoption of green technology for green growth and sustainability. Well, I think his career in the banking sector has definitely put himself in the right place, because we know the Malaysian government and the green initiatives needs various key players, of course, with people like Tuan Syed has already able to showcase a lot of results within our domain activity right now in Malaysia. Tuan Syed holds a master's degree in International Business Administration from Alliant International University, San Diego, USA. And he's also having the Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration from Central Michigan University, USA. Without further ado, I would like to call Tuan Syed to do his presentation, and we hope everyone here enjoy what he has to share with us. Over to you, Tuan Syed.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm certainly glad to be here. A very big thank you to you, Encik Jamaluddin, as well as Dr. Nur Saidatul, and the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this webinar. Before I dive down to the subject matter, please allow me to briefly introduce Malaysia Green Technology and Climate Change Center, or MGTC. Basically, MGTC is the implementing agency under the purview of the Ministry of Environment and Water Malaysia. Our role is to drive the country in green growth and implementing programs on mitigation of climate change. We basically focus on the major sectors such as energy, transport, waste, and also building, water, and as well as manufacturing sectors. And we embark on programs an initiative that spearheads the development of green technology to create a resource-efficient economy with significantly lower carbon emissions. And these programs include green financings and incentives as well. I'm still at the first cover slide, please. Okay, we focus on the major sectors, as mentioned, on energy. I just want to introduce to you the building that is in the slide. This is the building you see in the slide, is where our office is housed in Bandar Baru Bangi. It is one of the first platinum certified green building in Malaysia. And it's known as the Green Office Building, or GEO Building, and built in 2007. It was the first of its kind during the time, and actually it's a pilot project to showcase the adoption of sustainable building concept with a design that integrates renewable energy as well as energy efficiency. It was designed to be very energy efficient and built on a concept which focused on green technology innovation to minimize energy demand, but without, of course, compromising user comfort as well as safety. So some of the amount of energy used by the building is counterbalanced by the amount of energy generated by the building's own solar PV generation power system. So to give you an idea on the cost savings that we have, a conventional building of this size, which is about 4,200 square meters, the electricity bill will be over 40,000 a month, but we are paying only about 4,000 to 5,000 ringgit a month. So that's a huge savings there. Okay, next slide, please. To give you a flavor on the scenario of sustainable finance, in recent times, sustainable finance has gained a lot of traction with the rise of issuance of sustainable bonds. As reported in the papers recently, the global issuance of green and social as well as sustainability bonds have grown significantly over the last 5 years from US $50 billion in 2015 to $323 billion in 2019. This is unlike most of the other investments which have been impacted by the tough economic conditions. And the key catalyst of this growth was the Paris Agreement on Climate Change 2016. Global sustainable bond volume doubled that same year from $45 billion in 2015 to $94 billion in 2017. And this is mainly driven by the Chinese or the China issuers. The infographic that you see on the right describes the difference between green, social, and sustainability bonds, and it is imperative as part of the issuance process that issuers align their bond framework to the most relevant bond principles as they look at to categorize their assets against the funds. Next slide, please. In ASEAN, it was reported by the UN Environment Programme that demand for a digital ASEAN green investment from 2016 to 2030 would be around $3 trillion. And as of May this year, 58 sustainable bonds, which comprise green bonds, social bonds, and sustainability bonds, amounting to 13.8 billion have been issued in ASEAN. Next slide, please. Okay, back home here in Malaysia, we have experienced similar trend in the increase in demand for sustainable financial products, such as the launch of the SRI or Sustainable Responsible Investment Framework in 2014. The three types of sustainable financial products that have been introduced are the green sukuk, or bonds, social bonds, and sustainability bonds. And as of June of this year, a total of 12 green sukuks amounting to 4.4 billion ringgit, 2 social bonds amounting to 200 billion ringgit, and 3 sustainable bonds in the amount of 3.2 billion ringgit were issued in Malaysia. And as such, the green bonds sukuk market, which is a green financing instrument, the green bonds comprise 70% of the total number of related bonds issuance here in Malaysia. Just to give you a little bit background, the sukuk is actually similar to that of conventional bonds, except that it is being used based on Islamic principles. A green sukuk is relatively new in green Islamic green Islamic bond, where the proceeds are used to fund specific environmentally sustainable infrastructure projects or green projects. Well, similar to that of issuance of green bonds, issuing a green sukuk, the issuer will declare that it's a green sukuk and how it fits into the green project. There must be, of course, transparency in the management of the proceeds, whereby the proceeds must be used for the funding of that green project. And most likely, a third-party second opinion is needed to verify that the sukuk is green. To make it conducive for the green sukuk to grow, the Malaysian government had introduced a number of incentives. This include tax deductions on the issuance of costs of SRI to approve or authorized by the Securities Commission, and also tax incentives for the green technology activities. In addition a grant which is tax-free is given to defray independent third-party review costs. I mentioned about the requirement of seeking second opinion. There is an incentive that is provided by the government as in the form of grant to fund that particular review on the issuance of the green sukuk to ensure that the green sukuk is green. So to encourage the issuance of SRI sukuk and bonds which meet the ASEAN Green, Social and Sustainability Bonds standard in Malaysia, the existing income tax exemption for green SRI sukuk grant will be expanded to all types of SRI sukuk and bonds approved by the Securities Commission. This was announced in the recent budget. So the existing income tax exemption will be extended to cover grants for all types of SRI sukuk and bonds which meet the ASEAN Green and Social Sustainability Bond standards approved by the Securities Commission. And the income tax exemption on the above grant that I mentioned will be extended for another 5 years. Next slide, please. Okay, sustainable finance is a wide topic and generally refers to the process of taking into the account the three elements of considerations when making investments decisions such as the environment, the social and governance as ESG, with the purpose to increase longer-term investments into sustainable economic activities. However, to put in context, the topic of my presentation is unlocking private finance for green growth. I will focus more on green financing, which only looks at environmental issues, which is about leveraging on private funds from the banking and financial institutions to increase the level of financial flows towards sustainable development. I will share some of the work that we have done in this space in tapping private funds to finance green projects. Next slide, please. Okay, let's take a look on the challenges in assessing green finance. When public funding resources are limited due to government's other priorities, we need to tap funds from the private sector, which has huge funds capacity in order to scale up the financing of green investments. However, generally, financial institutions show more interest in fossil fuel projects and other traditional sector financing rather than in green projects. Well, this is mainly due to the perceived risks associated with these new technologies and their relatively lower rate of return. In view of this, financial institutions impose more stringent criteria and requesting for more security to finance such green projects. As a result, the mobilization and channeling of funds from the financial institutions remains to be a barrier for green growth. So we have seen the growth of green bonds in the last few years, but the fact remains that debt financing or loans financing is still a challenge for green project developers. Next slide, please. And yes, green economy is still a relatively new concept in Malaysia, and the government has done quite a bit in playing a role in the policy agenda setting process for green growth in the country. So despite these policy initiatives, however, the uptake of green growth remains still a challenge due to a number of barriers, and the major one being the availability of financing. I will share on the drivers to provide the enabling conditions for development and growth of green growth, focusing on our work on the current fiscal policies and initiatives such as the de-risking instruments called the Green Technology Financing Scheme or GTFS and the available tax incentives for green growth. Next slide, please. There are three main fiscal incentives that MGTC is administering in providing an environment that is conducive for green investments. These are the Green Technology Financing Scheme, the Green Investment Tax Allowance, and Green Income Tax Exemption. MGTC's role is to catalyze the development of green investments by promoting, provide advisory and providing assessment and verification for applications for these incentive schemes. Next slide, please. Okay, I will now focus on the Green Technology Financing Scheme. Please, next slide. Next, okay. To address the challenges that I mentioned in financing, the government has established the Green Technology Financing Scheme, or GTFS, which is a loan guarantee scheme introduced in 2010 with the sole purpose of providing easy access to financing from the banks and financial institutions. The incentives are in the form of government guarantee of 60% of the loans provided by the banks, and a 2% per annum subsidy on interest that is being charged by these banks. So this provides credit enhancement for green technology projects, which the banks viewed as high risk, as well as provide a lower financing cost with the interest subsidy, and thus provides improvement on the project cash flow. So the scheme actually had ended in 2017, but it was reinstated in 2019 as GTFS 2.0. And to be eligible for the scheme, projects must comply with the green criteria as defined under the National Green Technology Policy that was introduced in 2009. And those producers of green technology are eligible for up to 100 million ringgit loans, while the users of green technology are eligible for up to 50 million ringgit. And under the GTFS 2.0 that was introduced in 2019, the energy service companies, or ESCOs, were included as one of those that are eligible recipients for the scheme. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the performance of GTFS since its inception. There were a lot of challenges in getting banks to participate when the scheme was firstly introduced in 2010, because during that time, banks were not that familiar with green technology and green businesses, which actually made them very cautious in financing these projects. So, and this is despite the fact that the availability of the government guarantee. Okay. So, however, in the year 2012, you can see that it had gained momentum when we saw a spike of financing approvals, which was partly due to the introduction of another incentive, which is the feed-in tariff mechanism by the government, which is governed by the Renewable Energy Act, that obligates the utility company, or in this case will be Tenaga Nasional, to purchase the power produced at a premium rate under a long-term renewable energy power purchase agreement. That's why you see a lot of, there's a spike there, and most of the applications came from the energy sector during that time. So when the scheme ended in 2017, it has supported 390 projects with a total financing approvals reaching its target of 3.5 billion ringgit. The largest beneficiary of the scheme are the renewable energy companies, especially the solar FIT projects, and a total of about 185 solar projects, or 58%, have so far benefited from the scheme. In terms of Islamic finance and conventional finance, the ratio is almost 50-50. So the scheme had managed to spur the development of green technology, in particular in the energy sector, providing support to 381 green projects, or 90% of which were the SMEs. So far, a total of 28 banks had participated in the scheme, with a total financing of 5 billion ringgit as of June this year. For the period between 2010 and 2017, 319 projects, as mentioned, with the financing amount of 3.6 billion ringgit. And for GTFS 2.0, which was introduced last year, a total of 62 projects with financing amount of 1.4 billion ringgit was approved as October this year. So the energy sector, of course, made up more than 85% of the project finance, followed by the waste sector, which is about 30%. So we still have balance as at end of this month. For those who are still interested, we can still apply for this scheme. Next slide, please. So this is the overall expected impact of GTFS 1.0 once all projects that have been financed are in operation. You can see that with about 35,000 megawatts of energy conservation, with 532 megawatts of energy will be generated, and will capture 7 billion worth of green investments. And we are looking at more than 200,000 tons a year of waste going to the landfill, which is very important, and a reduction of 3.8 tons of CO2 per year. Thank you. Next slide, please. So some good news, as the GTFS 2.0 will end this year, but we are glad to learn that the government had announced the introduction of GTFS 3.0 for another 2 years, from 2021 next year to 2022, with the allocation of 2 billion ringgit. And we are glad that we can continue with this scheme to help our green businesses. Next slide, please. Okay, I will now talk a little bit on the incentives, the tax incentives that are being offered by the government for green investments. Next slide. Okay. The government provides tax incentive for the purchase of green technology equipment, and besides giving tax exemption on the use of green technology services as well. So with these tax incentives, it will allow the growth of green investments, attracting potential investors, industry players to invest in green projects. This will also provide the additional cash flows to make green projects or asset acquisition more bankable and viable. So for the green investment, for the green income tax exemption, this will help to enhance the number of green technology service providers into the industry. The three groups under the green technology incentives are the green investment tax allowance for the acquisition of assets. Secondly is for the green project, and thirdly, the income tax exemption on services. Next slide, please. A little bit on the features of the tax incentives. Guitar assets are for companies actually that are acquired qualifying green technology assets that are listed under the MyHijau directory, which is we do have what we call a MyHijau directory, where it's actually a recognition of green product and services. It is where product and services that has already obtained green certifications from certified certification bodies that we recognize, and we put it under the MyHijau mark or MyHijau mark directory. And companies that purchase assets that are being marked as MyHijau are eligible to apply for this tax allowance. Secondly, it will be the investment tax loan for various projects in renewable energy efficiency, green building, green data center, waste management. These are the sectors that are eligible to apply for the tax incentives for the acquisition of assets as well as for projects. And for next slide, please. Okay, for green services, those companies which are in the category of, let me see. Okay, those are in the category of renewable energy efficiency, electric vehicle, green building, green data center, green certification and verification also, and green township are eligible to apply for incentives for tax exemption. Next slide. Just a little bit on MyHijau mark, which I mentioned just now. MyHijau mark is our official green recognition scheme that brings together certified products and services that meet our local as well as international environmental standards. We put it under one single mark. So if you see that green leaf mark there, the MyHijau mark, you can be assured that that product is green. It's just something like a halal logo. So you can find the registered certified green product and services from the website. That's www.myhijau.my, or you can go to the apps. If you go to your phone, you can use that, find the apps under that, MyHijau. Next slide, please. So since 2016, the 19 assets acquisitions have been eligible for the incentives with 462 projects and 33 green services with the overall total investments of 4.3 billion. These have been that have benefited from these incentives, contributing to the carbon reduction of 1.8 million tons per year. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, on the way forward, we are proposing to the government to establish a green financing roadmap. The objective of this roadmap is to create more financing alternatives for green technology projects that reduce the financial burden of the government and stimulate the green economy through private sector participation. The plan also involves creating a conducive environment for green business to flourish, and we intend to align the present economic policies that we have with the existing financial system, be it the capital as well as the debt markets, and identifying and formulating innovative financial instruments and fiscal incentives for financing accessibility from the private sector funds. Of course, we will involve all key stakeholders in the process through various stakeholders' engagements, and the outcome of this will be a Malaysia Green Financing Direction Plan for 2021 to 2030. There will be an inventory of green finance best practices. There will be identified government interventions, for example, like probably green finance policy, green finance programs, and so on and so forth. Next slide. Oh, okay. With that, I thank you for your attention, and my final words are, let's go green to save the blue. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much, Tuan Syed. Such a full abundance of incentives, financings, and the topic is really, really huge. Yeah, it's a mountainous of volume of data, and I can imagine your activities per day. And it's something that is beyond. It reminds me of my involvement earlier when I was pioneer in the Multimedia Development Corporation, where everything is new, there was no track record, and we have to keep on, creating the industry, that was never been there. I believe you are already in that position where the country is looking forward at you and trying to say, okay, now you create the green charter. There's a green field out there. Now is a new transformation. Everybody is looking at the green energy as the new way of life. The lifestyle will change. Many people start to see digitalization and green energy as affecting their economy, their businesses, and while you are driving your path towards creating all the incentives and people are and you are pulling them to come on board, I'm sure the challenges are very, very high. Especially when people don't understand the terminology, the buzzword that has been used. I mean, to a certain extent, the level of competency of people knowledgeable in the industry, it can be quite, tricky to handle. Yeah? In the local institute, education sector, are they picking up their way towards driving the green initiatives that has been announced? As you say today, this is really, really a big transformation. Yeah. How do you find the education sector picking up?
The education sector?
Yeah, education sector. Yeah.
Well, we do have some programs where we support the putting up syllabuses into the programs by universities on environment and green technology. So I think the awareness is there. a lot of efforts have been done to create awareness, and we have our own SIPA programs, which is communication education program, to put into place and also to make a green technology or green business or green for that matter as the mainstream sector where everybody understands. Our hope is that, actually my personal hope is that in future, in the very near future, we don't have to mention green anymore. It's already green. We don't have to mention, we have to go green ourselves, we have to green our business, green our financial system. We don't have to mention that, because green will be made into a lifestyle. It is already there. It's already green. That's what we hope for.
Yep. We have a question. We have a question coming in. Yes.
Should I read it or?
Yep. Oh yeah. We have a question here that came from Dr. Timothy Law. Question looks very interesting here. Yeah. The question says, looking at the new initiatives by the government to have more green facilities, building environment seems to outweigh the natural environment. Some reports also shows that 90% of Jakarta are covered with concretes and roads, contributing to its sinking effect. Yeah. So there must be something that we must learn from this. What do you think will be the role of Green Tech Malaysia in ensuring sustainability practice among corporates, SMEs, public and private sectors? They are not alarming the situation. Yeah. So I think this is a key question that probably it's not easy to manage, but how does Green Tech coming along with controlling so that a lot of the activities of climate change that is contributing towards the sinking element of the land comes to the heavy building that's rising up in not only in Malaysia but all over the world?
Well, thank you for the questions, Dr. Timothy Law. Well, one of FGTC's key role is to catalyze the deployment of green technology as our country's strategic engine for social economic growth. And for this purpose, we are guided by the National Green Technology Policy 2009. One of the objectives of this policy is to ensure sustainable development and conserve environment for future generations, which means that we must ensure that our economic development has as little impact to the environment in terms of the carbon emissions that affects climate change. So as far as cities and urban development are concerned, we are supporting our cities, their transition into a greener future by embarking on what we call a low carbon city program. And this program allows cities to deploy sustainable green technology, adopt green practices, and emit relatively low greenhouse gas emission to avoid the adverse impacts on climate change. So the framework of the program includes urban environments, urban transport, urban infrastructure, and as well as building. So under this program, so far we have tracked and target 5 key elements, such as the energy conservation and energy usage, water, waste, mobility, and greenery for the carbon sequestration. So far under this program, 52 out of the 154 local authorities have begun their low carbon cities journey, and 19 of them have developed their emissions baseline and low carbon action plans as well. And 5 local authorities have already started to achieve emissions reduction. So corporates, businesses, and the public, which form a major portion of the city's population, and of course have an important role in ensuring the sustainability of their livelihood and participate actively in the city's green and sustainability programs, while at the same time they can explore business opportunities. So with this initiative, we strive for a cleaner, cooler, healthier and more equitable cities, providing a better living environment that encourages people to live healthier lives. Thank you.
Great. Yes. I know the question sounds a bit very tricky, yeah?
Yeah.
But as the man of your nature, you are able to handle it quite well. So I believe there are many, many questions out there that is trying to, find an opportunity to ask you. They can put in the chat box all those questions. Maybe we may not able to answer it today, but if we have collected them and if they put down their email, we can always refer back to you, and you can also give them the answers as you have time. Yeah. So I would like to thank Tuan Syed for your such a lovely session. I know you have a tremendous day ahead, and I believe a lot of the people here definitely would like to visit Green Tech, and the fact that your
welcome.
role is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Financing is just one of those sectors that's probably have to be aligned with the size of projects that are announced day by day about how the world is blocking themselves. Yeah? Just one last question on hydrogen. You know that a lot of people talk about the green energy, and hydrogen is going to be the new energy. This could be one of the interesting things. People like us, people who are just laymen, yeah? That how does hydrogen comes into the lifestyle of our daily consumers now? Can you add on to just that kind of question?
Okay, hydrogen is a nascent concept for us in Malaysia, but of course we recognize the fact that hydrogen will be the future. We are looking at a lot on studies on hydrogen, and we intend to make hydrogen as one of the mainstream of energy for our future generations. And one of the things that we're looking at is for mobility, where hydrogen fuel cell can be used for our vehicles. And we have already, well, I will not announce now, but we are starting on programs to make hydrogen fuel cell vehicles available in the country. Yes.
Yeah. Tuan Syed, I know this is a very interesting roadmap for us to know about hydrogen. And because I see even Petronas mentioning about hydrogen and a few other energy sectors, this is a lot that we are waiting for. So I think for all those project managers out there who probably now hear the word hydrogen as something not just H2O, those days we study hydrogen and oxygen and we form water out of this. Now hydrogen is coming to our fuel, hydrogen is coming to our cooking sessions, and so on and so on. So this is getting more interesting. So science subjects is something that is has come and transformed our lives. We hope our education sector will definitely pick up some of those learnings that we're going to have, that we hear from you today. So the time has come for us to move on. Tuan Syed, I thank you very much for your lovely, lovely time today. I definitely would like to meet you in person. Yeah. So not just in this virtual forum. We hope you have a lovely day ahead. And I know time is pressing you. I am very thankful for the fact that you have given your time to us. And this is a very historic moment for us. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Thank you.
I move on to... Sure, welcome. Okay, we move forward. I was told that the next speaker, Mr. Huzam Sultan, has some technical problems with his computer. So as you say, there's always a technology glitch, yeah? And we are always flexible. We have the ever ready, Dr. Zaima. Dr. Zaima, you are so bubbly today. Yeah. So we will let Mr. Husam come after you after this, but we have some slot of time for us to bring you on board right now as the second speaker. So let me introduce you, yeah? I know that we have a few sessions talking to each other, but personally, I think you're one of the key drivers that can enlighten us about green financing, yeah? So a lot of people will not know about so much about green financing, but before that, let me read about your profile for those who probably do not know you, yeah? Dr. Zaima Zairuddin is the Associate Professor from the Osman Yo Abdullah Graduate Business School, UUM, and she holds a PhD in Finance and Real Estate Market from Lincoln University, New Zealand, a Master of Commerce in Fund Management from UNSW, Australia, a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, Finance and International Business from Drexel University, USA. Dr. Zaima started his academic field since 1998. His research interests include corporate finance, green finance, real estate market, SMEs financial planning, Islamic finance, and personal financial planning. Wow. So she is very much involved in such a interesting, in what I call field of work, especially in finance. Plus, she's also have done numerous research regarding the model on International Council of Islamic Finance for Educators with the Ministry of Education and, of course, the National Real Estate Research Coordinator. Yeah. So all these research activities definitely have enriched your foundation of knowledge, not just on green financing, but also on sustainability. Yeah? I know that you're not just active as an academician, but yourself is also very much linked as a corporate trainer to all the other private sectors. Yeah. So I think being a qualified professional, yeah, not only as a certified financial planner, but also as Islamic financial planner and Sharia financial planner, you have all the ingredients of green financing, which is Sharia compliance, yeah? So, and I believe you're going to be guiding us on what it takes to do green financing and what are the activities of green financing that can support our project managers today who are here to sing with us in how they can participate and get involved with your initiatives, yeah? So, over to you, Professor, for your presentation.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nosaida. All right. Thank you for inviting me to this very interesting information and very, knowledgeable things about sustainable financing. And it is an honor for me to be part of this, this today and an event that you also acknowledge people who get involved in this green financing project. Okay, just a little bit of sharing. Okay, I am from University Utara Malaysia. Actually, from University Utara Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. We have a branch in Kuala Lumpur. And to be able here to talk about green financing is a very interesting and kind of exciting things for me, because just to share, as what the previous speaker Tuan Said was saying about the many things that's happening in Malaysia about the green, everything we are going for a green. And I'm also coming back from Kedah, where we have a green things of paddy field and everything. So in UUM, just sharing about UUM, we actually already implement the green things into our education part, where we participate in UI green metrics, and we rank on 17 in the world of green metric university, where this green metric university actually giving they actually focus on 5 aspects, where setting and infrastructure, energy, climate, water, waste, transportation, and education. Right, so I'm very proud of UUM, where we already get involved in the green aspect in terms of education. All right, without further ado, I will go for my topic. sustainable green financing, trends and future direction. So here, I am more talking about academic aspect, but doing research in this area get me into more information about green financing. And after being introduced to Dr. Nosaida, who was very passionate about green and sustainable project, I am more willing to share whatever things that, as academician and getting involved in consulting. And now currently, we're also bidding for Malaysia UK PAC and still waiting for the result. Okay, here, what I can say as an introduction is that if you see what is happening, especially when we have the pandemic COVID-19, it actually trigger more of what we call sustainable financing. Okay, so and you can see all the titles that I put in here, where green finance is now 31 trillion and it's been growing, and a lot of bank, financial institution, and even SME are getting into what we call green financing because it is more sustainable in the long term. Okay. And in here, before talking more on the green side of financing, I would like to go back into the history, because whatever we had here is actually we learn from the history of what happened. Okay. So it's actually started when we talk about economic and also sustainable economy. We just go back into 1960s and 1970s, okay, where we have laissez-faire economics, okay, where the government have little intervention. Okay, it is more on people are free, a free market to do more and less intervention of government in here in 1960s and 1970s. Okay, so but in 1980s, okay, in 1980s it moves on the sociology and income inequality, whereby the rich people getting richer, the poor people getting poorer. All right, so this is where it started to trigger a lot of people about why do we have such as income inequality. Okay, and it goes back into the Nelson Mandela also coming back into the early 2000 agreed that we have to do something about the social and income inequality. Okay, because we don't want to have a gap of income between the poor and the rich, okay, people. So then during the 21st century, we have been introduced, all right, to the responsible investment, RI. So more on the responsible investment is where they wanted to look into all the business activity that have less, things about, using or paying less salary to people. Okay, so that is what we call responsible investment. So when you wanted to invest in a business, you wanted to look into all the aspects. But in the beginning, it's only looking at whether this business are involved in a crime or any activities. It does not yet go into what we call ESG. But along the way, okay, people start to recognize, and the Brundtland report started to come in. And people say that, okay, look, we can't only looking at the business activities, but integrating all this, what we call ESG, okay, environmental, social, and governance thing coming into the economy as a sustainable economy. It's a long term, okay. So just sharing that this is a very interesting figure by Singapore, one of the Singapore I think one of the Singapore company has stated in the report that they estimated that green investment needed in Asia is by 2030 is amounted to be 200 billion US dollar. Okay, so in Asia itself, we are more focusing on, on the green investment, green investment project. So there's a huge opportunities in the future. Okay, so another 9 years. So we have a lot of opportunities for investor or businessmen to get involved in this green investment. Okay, and the funding, most of the funding, if you see on the report, even Fansett was showing to us just now that 90% of all renewable energy project or a green project are financed through debt-based financing. No, we really see less, or I think we can't really see in Malaysia, especially on the equity, except for the sukuk. Sukuk is actually bond or debt, but equity part is not being touched for many people, and there's a reason for that. Okay, so people are look into more on debt-based financing, and the main reason is why we are focusing on more on debt-based financing, such as green bond, green loan. Okay, it's because that is more less risk. Okay, it is long term. Okay, you have a less risk of the project, if what happened to the project. So in the long term, you spread the risk. Okay, you spread the risk. So that's why a lot of people are more keen to go in debt-based financing. And in Malaysia, we have more on the guideline in terms of a debt-based financing in green financing. Okay. So here, when we talk about green finance, okay, this is a subset. As you can see here, the green finance is actually a subset of financial industry, environment, and also economic growth. Okay, and you can also see the sustainable growth. So it's quite similar in terms of the subset sectors that involve. Okay, so in green finance, we have a green finance enterprises, technology, create green finance financial products, and seek out green investors. Okay, and also looking at the risk of lending. Okay, so a lot of banks, globally, they still have problem in identifying how to put a risk element into the green financing project, because there's no standard definition. They don't come up yet on the proper acceptable green financing risk management yet. And here we also create more efficient emission trading market. And I think we are quite familiar with sustainable growth, where we have the economic, the social and environmental to be put together, and sustainable growth is the subset of everything. It is the same as green finance, the subset of these three sectors. Okay, I will elaborate more on what we meant by financial industry, environment, and economic growth. Here, when we talk about financial industry, financial industry is all financial institutions, even investor, insurance companies. Okay, so they are having, they know this, they have this opportunity to involve in green project. Okay, so in here, when they have this financial industry just as a one sector living or standing alone without the integration of environmental and economic growth, it could not work. It could not give more impact. So this is where green finance actually integrate all the financial industry, environmental improvement aspect, and also economic growth, right? So here, when we talk about financial industry, we talk about how bank wanted to develop new financial product, or private companies wanted to get involved in green financing, and different kind of sectors to be identified. Actually, that is the most important thing. When the financial industry wanted to get involved in green financing project, development, they need to identify their strongest element of to be put in the project, where it can give impact in the environmental. Whether they have more on producing green technology tools or product or services. So this is where green finance also giving impact by having to putting together all this financial industry and the environmental impact of how we can improve the environment and also the economic growth. When we have financial industry, having fund or wanted to fund a project, we also need to look into, does it also impact the economic? We want to integrate all. So green finance is a bigger, where it's actually also contribute to the economic growth of a company or a country. So in here, the green finance, where the interface of it is a subsector of financial industry, environmental improvement, and economic growth. So green financing of we integrate everything, and the green finance will try to find the most suitable or the most the most impactful tools which have less risk to the environment and also to the business and economy. In order for us to have a very nice platform of green financing, of course, you have to have all these 4 elements. It is very important. As you read all the United Nations report and everything, it stated indirectly that in order for us to grow our green financing, talking globally, even in Malaysia, we need to have what we call benchmarking. Benchmarking is like a standard of policy, or like, for example, this company is wanted to produce green technology in terms of for reducing the use of carbon. So do we have anything to monitor to say that this company actually already reached the benchmark of it? So it's better if we have a benchmarking. Benchmarking is actually goes into several parts of benchmarking when we talk about benchmarking. So the first benchmarking that we have to do is benchmarking in terms of economic aspect. When a company comes in and you don't have this benchmarking, you kind of lack of ways on determining whether this project is a green or not. So benchmarking in terms of economic aspect involve what we call in terms of their assets, in terms of their receivable, in terms of their profit rate. So we also need to have a benchmarking on the social aspect, whether the employees are local, like that kind of things, and also how much is the minimum paid. So that is under benchmarking on social. So the last benchmarking will be on the environmental aspect, whether the company are producing the end product, does it harm the environment. So these are the 3 benchmarking that I've seen is lacking, even in Malaysia, not only Malaysia, in all around the world, because the benchmarking is the first important thing that we need to have before we start to grow our green financing market or industry. Then the next one is underwriting. As you know, underwriting is to determine what kind of risks involved. Of course, when we talk about green project, there's very a lot of uncertainty raised by investor in terms of what kind of risks that going to be involved. So this kind of risk is actually different from a non-green project. You have to make sure. So the underwriter in Malaysia, we don't have a very specific people to do the underwriter that are expert, but they put the element of the normal business, okay, into the green project. So it's quite a bias, for my opinion. It's quite a bias when you actually do not have your own set of financial risk element to assess the green development project, but you're using different kind of non-green, okay, to do. So the underwriting is also important, where the underwriter need to identify the kind of risk. So when the underwriter are the one that are very expert in terms of that aspect, it's kind of easier for investor to look into, because investor already get the idea of, okay, these are the risks that I'm going to face if I invest in terms of this project. So the third one is strategy funding. When we talk about strategy funding, we have one investor who wanted to involve or to invest in, a green project or for more on environmental project, ESG. So we have to find a platform, okay, where we need to identify who has the, who have the supply of capital to be put into this project. So the identifying of what are the strategy of the funding. Let's say, for example, this company, do you need a sustainable bond or sustainable loan, or do you need a green loan or green bond? So we actually, because there are different type of financing involved in green project. So a lot of investor or actually project manager also have lack information or kind of things about do they need this type of funding, strategy, sociable bond, or that kind of thing. So we have to know this is strategy funding. Okay, integration means that you have to integrate all this financial, institutional, economic infrastructure, and also the most important thing is the IT, information technology, because nowadays we are going for a more technology part. So we need to have all these things, the integration of the drivers of this green financing to be part of it. Okay, so these are part of what we call green financing project, product being issued around the world. Okay, you can see that they have a retail finance, green mortgage, green home equity loan, green commercial building loan, and even green car loan and credit card, green credit card. And in the corporate or investment finance, we have green project finance, green securitizations, green venture capital, VC and private equity, technology leasing, carbon finance. And also in the insurance, we have several like auto insurance, carbon insurance, catastrophic insurance, green insurance. And we have on the asset management part, we have fiscal fund, eco fund, carbon fund, cap bond, and also eco ETF. I think I saw the last slide, Transite, showing that Malaysia are proposing to have more holistic green financing. It is very interesting. I hope it can be rationalized by, it can be put into a reality by, soon, as we need to grow up the green financing holistic mapping, where we want to integrate all the SC, Bank Negara, and because we have a lot of organization or company involved in this green project or green sustainable project development. So we need to have this green holistic financing to be able to produce all this green financing product, because in Europe, in US, this kind of green products is already there. Long way ago, like 10 years ago, but we are starting, quite interesting. We are starting now. I think back 5 years ago, we already started and we are going into that. So who are actually the players in green financing? We have government. The most important thing will be the government, where it will start from the government, the regulatory framework, how the government want to to integrate everybody who get involved in this green financing. Just like what Tuan Syed was saying just now, I am so happy to see that they already have holistic financing there, okay, and institutional set up, because we need to have policy guidelines on this matter. And Bank Negara also, I think, also involved in this green financing or green project. Okay, and also tariff design, subsidies and guarantees, as we see that they have a tax incentive for company who purchase technology of green tools. And also business, okay, business here, where we have a business people right now, the project managers, were part of our discussion today. You can see that you have to have this technology innovation. We have to think about how or what kind of technology or services that we need to introduce here. So a managerial role, local knowledge, of course, very important, because we are moving very fast now, as what World Bank had stated, I think last 2 months. They stated that they already come up with initiative to have green taxonomy coming in for Malaysia. Okay, and then the society in Malaysia, the society willing, to have this lifestyle of green. Okay, purchase a green product, live in a green building, green environment. Do they know, or do they willing to pay extra money for that? It's very important, because I think the literacy of how people, or the impact of green need to be, distributed to all people, that you have to pay a little bit more, so that in the future, this will be more sustainable. Okay, so we need to pay awareness and will, okay, environmental friendly lifestyle. This is all it can't be only government, but also the business owner and also the society must also work together to make the green financing become more sustainable and growing in the future. So here we have there are different types of innovative instruments in green financing. Okay, we are talking about green bond. Okay, green bond is the most popular one when we talk about green project. Okay, then we have a sustainable bond. Green bond is very direct. You know that your project will, produce something about green that impact the environment. So, but sustainable bond is something you have to think that you don't have the idea that it directly impact, but the idea is that the project, when a bank finance what we call through sustainable bond, investor come up with sustainable bond, is actually the bond performance is being based on whether they reach what the benchmark of sustainable performance, of SDG. Okay, does it reach? If it reach, or the project does come out with that one, the SDG have fulfilled, then it will lower the interest rate. Okay, so it is not like green bond, even though it's kind of green, but the performance or the rate given will give, it will be lower, because it will be according to the performance of the bond itself, of the company who produce it. Okay. Green loan, sustainability linked bond, sustainability bond. Okay, so green loan. So we have actually, these are all debt-based financing. We're not talking about equity at all. Okay, so most, like 90%, just I stated before, most of the green project, they go into debt-based financing. In here, we can see that these are the trend from the Bloomberg. Okay, so the trend is more on we have green bond, sustainability bond, social bond, sustainability linked loan, green loan. You see that the green loan is very minimum. So you see this small green, light green. Okay, the darker green is the green bond. Okay, so the green bond is more favorable for financing the green project. Okay, it's growing very fast. 2017, 2018. Okay, especially in Europe and US market. Okay, in Asia, it started to grow. Okay, it started. Okay, so this is part of the green bond. What does it we meant by green bond? It's a type of debt issued by public or private institution which undertake the use of the fund for environmental purposes, unlike other credit instrument. So purposely, you have the green bond just for a green project. You already know that this product or this company going to involve in producing something or technology or green building. So that is a green bond where you should go for a green bond. Okay, so you have renewable energy, energy efficiency. Okay, I hope one day we have one green bond for housing. Build up more on energy efficiency, but the price, that is the most difficult part, where you have to put a little bit pricing for a house that has green technologies in. Okay, clean transportation, responsible waste management. Okay, here is until 2019. You have where the green bond issuance. Okay, mostly in Europe and Asia. Okay, Asia, yes, we have more, but European people are more keen on using green bond for their project. Okay, and you see here, in 2000, Europe is the red one. Okay, see the Europe have the most market for green bond insurance. Okay, so as the most popular debt-based financing is green bond, so I will be just focusing on green bond. Okay, so some of you might be asking, what should I go for, green bond or green loan? Okay, green loan is more on like a traditional one. Okay, is but green bond is more a longer, because bond you can issue it 30 years, 20 years. It depends. Okay, so loan is more a shorter period. Okay, if you're looking to mitigate your risk, you should go for a longer kind of financing. That will be green bond. But you must know that if we have higher uncertainty about the project, longer term, higher uncertainty for investor, so the fees or financing fees will be more. Okay, more for a long-term bond. So bond, if the green bond market actually covers a wide range of sectors, you see most of the green bond issue is for energy or multi-sector here. Multi-sector also have 49%. Okay, so multi-sector here, we have energy, we have building, we have transport, water. So these are the sectors which green bond actually covers. Okay, here under the global sustainable financing allocated in different sectors. As you can see there, here this one is forestry, renewable energy and energy efficiency, carbon, other mitigations, disaster prevention, other adaptations, climate change general. So you see there's a lot coming here. 2018, the trend is moving. See there, from 2004, there's less things coming from disaster prevention. But now as we go along the way, we see that now people are going to, have a bond in disaster prevention. And climate change also is the most important thing. But you see this one, okay, carbon is getting more, okay, getting bigger. So the trend of different sector from 2000 to 2019, you see that it goes in different sector. Who knows, into 2020 onward, we will see different sectors coming in where they use a green bond, okay, to finance their project. Oh, okay, now I came to my conclusions. So I like this quotation, I think from one of this industry player, they say that we have to see the bigger sustainability pictures and work towards it, with the public and private sectors working together to enable innovation, extend supply chain reach, and open access to capital. Okay. So I end my presentation here.
Lovely. That's a nice conclusion, yeah. Associate Professor Dr. Zaima. I think that kind of give a bit of the ecosystem that we are in. The financial ecosystem is something that needs to liquidate the industry.
Yeah.
Interestingly, most of the data that you have are all talking about industrial. It's more like an industrial revolution, yeah. And the financial institution is coming on board to kind of revamp what the industrial revolution that has done probably in the early decade. Now we are going into another industrial revolution. And the type of financing is also getting more innovative and linking to Sharia compliance way of financing. This is what we believe maybe the commercial designing of financing in the early days was very much tailored towards modernization. Now we're going into sustainability, where the element of taking care about the environment, taking care about our community, and taking care about our future would be a very in need terms of integration. I like the word when you say integration, whereas in sustainability, especially for the project managers, integrating the elements of sustainability is the art that a lot of people are finding hard to cope with. Yeah. What more if you're talking about integrating on the industry level, where the government regulations are very much tailored towards certain aspects of the industrialization in a segmented manner, while now we are talking about integration. So these are some of the challenges which I believe a lot of the regulators and also the governance body are finding it hard on how to regulate financing and the sustainability impact here to be blended together in a manner. We have to find the right kind of liquidity to be offered to the market. You mentioned about green bond. I think this is the way forward regarding what should be the new financing that can help to support not only the developers, the designers of sustainability, but also the doers, the people who are on the streets that are very much providing. Now, I saw the sustainability element of agriculture. You mentioned about agriculture, and you see a lot of us are thinking of to what extent all these industrializations can able to help us protect our food supply. Yeah? So some of these things that probably in the back of the mind of the people, if the green bond can help develop the sector of agriculture, the life on land, life on sea, life underwater, all these things are part of the sustainability impact that has been caused by industrial revolution. So we hope more of all our integration on understanding where our food supply is coming in. We should have a lot of the integration of your green bond into this sector. Yeah, we have a question here. We have a question very timely from a lady called Datin Samadia, where she is definitely the lady that has got a lot of sustainability products. I know her as one who has got tilapia omega-3, and she has also a lot of fertigation, fertilization punya type of project with the crops and so on. Yeah. So her question is very much tailored towards the financial gap between the needs of green economy and currently the available investment opportunity. While such talents, under such talents, there are absence of common definition of green finance, the lack of international standards, the insufficient correlation of targets of sustainable growth. Yeah, and I'm reading the questions right now. and other things which got the maturity mismatch, the poor green project selection and management. So many issues where I think a lot of researchers have identified the weaknesses which is still at hand that we need to address. Yeah. So the question is, what would be the top 3 priorities for the Malaysian government to address the gaps? So I'm sure the list will get longer and longer and longer. But for the sake of the people here today, maybe you can identify what would be the top 3 most important elements that the Malaysian government should focus on green financing.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nursaida, for the question. Basically, just like what I have touched just now, the most important thing is to identify the type of green project. So government need to have the benchmarking or the definition of, let's say you are talking about in the agriculture sector. So you have to have the benchmarking of what define this project in the green project. So the first thing I would say, the taxonomy of green financing. We have to have one acceptable. Government need to have that one. Okay, addressing the first important of identifying what do you identify or know or define as green project for this sector, agriculture, this another sector, because we can't define green in terms of as a general. We have to identify green, very specific to certain thing, like this agriculture. You cannot say that, okay, green finance, you have to have 20%, this 30%, but it depends on the sector itself. You cannot just generalize that, okay, this is our green finance definition. No, it should be more on very specific into the sectors. So it's getting, so it's going to give more easier way for, the business people to know and to get the funding, actually, because the difficult part, even the bank does not know how to evaluate the risk of the project. So the second part of this, the risk. The first part is the definition, because we have the not acceptable so-called of green financing in different sector. So that's why a bank having difficulty to assess a loan financing, because there's no type of, okay, if there's agriculture, this is 20%, 30%, that kind of thing. So in order for government to do that, they have to make sure first identify or define exactly in different sector of green financing. Then next step is to have more people, knows, and the experts should come in on how to assess the risk. Because investor also worry when they do not know, or you kind of lacking of the experience of putting a risk on different type of project. So the risk is also important. Lastly, I think Malaysian government are doing that right now, as I've shared just now that Tuan Syed was showing the holistic green financing. We need now the word integration of people. Everybody involved in green financing should be putting in one platform of green. Okay, Bank Negara will be there, SC will be there, all the banking, financial institutions should be there. One platform only to make sure everybody can get the information, because we are lacking of, information. We have, Malaysia is the best one of getting all this kind of guideline policy. We have everything. To be honest, we are among the best one, but implementation, the governance after that. Okay, what if you only give them the loan? What will you do to the business people? Do you educate them again, or to the investor? You need to have a very, sustainable kind of planning. Okay, so this is what I hope it be able to answer the question in the holistic part of everything. The first part is definition, must be very specific. And the second part is the risk. And the third part, integration and a one platform that can give more sustainable green financing information and everything to people.
Hit it to the nail in terms of there is a lot more what we call common understanding, common platform, and helping people to come with one voice. So once we have that, I think that will help develop the easy marketing about what green financing is, whereas it is not just a buzzword only for the very few. Yeah. So I thank you. Yeah, Professor, for Doctor, for your lovely inclusion about what green financing, green bond is. I'm sure after this, there will be a lot of people who wants to discuss with you and probably take you on board in a lot of things that the banks are probably sorting for experts. So I will take leave. Okay, I thank you once again for your support. You mentioned the bank. The bank is the key player that need to understand what are the risks they need to mitigate and how they can really move faster to help support sustainability impact, especially projects that are, as you mentioned today, need to be revived and need to be transformed as soon as possible before it gets even worse as what we are seeing right now. Yeah. So we move along to the next speaker, which is Mr. Hussam Sultan. He is the regional head of CIMB. So he is the bank, the one that we believe have got a lot to share. Being an experienced international Islamic banking person, not only is a finance professional, his interest is, of course, to look at product development, commercial banking, international trade, poverty alleviation, fintech, and environmental sustainability. Yep, he's definitely the right man to talk today. And now he's currently as the head of commercial banking at CIMB Islamic Bank of Malaysia. Before joining CIMB, he recently worked at head commercial banking HSBC, Amanah Malaysia Berhad, and also has worked at Dubai-based investment firm called the Fajr Capital on various roles and has been involved in selected strategic projects, which I believe also make him to be seconded at Brunei Darussalam to lead the product transformation at Brunei as Brunei leading Islamic bank. Yeah. So he also held some positions in UK at HSBC Amanah in both UK and Dubai office. And also he played a very vital role growing the HSBC Amanah businesses, and especially in UK, and also launched the innovative Islamic retail and corporate banking product at BIBD, at Brunei leading Islamic bank. Hussam having a background in Bachelor in Engineering in Civil and Structural Engineering from University College London, and also a Master of Science in Environmental Management for Business from Cranfield University, UK, very much focusing on sustainable banking. Very, very indeed honored to have Mr. Hussam Sultan to be on board today to talk to our webinar, because Transform Now is what we believe will be our main role for all the listeners today. We need to transform now. So with that, I pass over to Mr. Hussam for your floor.
Thank you so much. The honor is definitely mine. And thank you so much for the invitation. And I hope you can hear me at least, because we've had issues with the camera. Although I tried several devices, but unfortunately, it worked in the morning, but not now. So alhamdulillah, at least you have my voice and the slides. What I would want to talk about today very briefly is the role of financial institutions and banks. Specifically, one very often forgotten segment of the economy, which is when it comes to discussing green transformation and decarbonization of the economy and the change towards a low carbon economy, and that is the role of SMEs. Now, even though we are the theme of today is project financing, that's probably a good example to see that when the movement towards decarbonizing businesses and economies started, one of the notable things that happened was, in 2003, there was the launch of the initiation of the Equator Principles back in 2003, when a group of 10 banks got together and agreed on certain framework to manage the risk associated with project management for the large project management. And at that time, it was 10 banks. Now you have about 110 banks, 111 banks over the last 17 years or so got together. So the role of SMEs, you know, when you look at any economy, SMEs might make more than 95% of the businesses in any given economy. In Malaysia is 98.5. I remember in the UK was 99 point something of the number of businesses, private sector in businesses were classified as SMEs. In Malaysia, the contribution of SMEs to the GDP close to 40%, and the contribution towards employment is about 70%. So the role of SMEs is really, really crucial. And I remember the last speaker, Professor Zaima, left us with a quote, which one of the sentences there was the extension of supply chain, extending supply chain as one element of greening our future businesses and economies. And now that's the area that I would like to spend some time here. Just tell you about the role of SMEs in the economy. We start by giving the role of financial institutions. We give an outline of what the impact on the environment of businesses. This is sometimes often said that why is a bank telling us about the overgrown of growth of population? Why is the bank telling us about 70% increase in global demand for food by 2050? Why will the bank discuss CO2 emissions? And this is now one of the things that have changed. Banks now are very much realizing their role in financing all businesses that clean up the pollution or businesses that contribute towards that pollution. So banks really play a big part in the movement towards a cleaner economy going forward. So, I don't want to repeat this because this is best for the scientists to discuss and also for the economists to highlight the impact of greenhouse gases and waste and pollution on our lives globally. Next slide, please. We'll just highlight some of this impact closer to home here in Malaysia. When we say that, as much as 18% of Malaysia might be underwater by 2100, that's in 80 years from now. And these are all studies and estimates, but it's scary. When you look at it this way, it's scary. When you look at the heat-related deaths among the elderly in Malaysia, will be 45 times more by 2080. GDP decline, the crop yields and migration and all of these statistics and studies highlight a very alarming picture that will require everyone to get together and do something about it. Banks definitely are in the heart of the storm because we help finance the big projects, we help finance the small SMEs. And as we talk about big projects and we talk about project financing, we often neglect the smaller ones, the SMEs, for various reasons. One of these reasons is access to funding, access to finance, and also because those small SMEs themselves will find it a challenge to make that change, to instill in their business some of the practices that will help them clean up their practices and impact. Next slide. So, when we discuss the role of banks and financial institutions in the environmental debate, what do banks do? I mean, banks are investors and financiers. They provide access to funding, including projects and trade. Banks assess the risk. They put a value to that risk, and they have, accurate or not, but they do strive to make calculation of the risk, translating that into dollars and cents. Banks also influence stakeholders in corporates and SMEs. They influence the decisions that these businesses will take, which direction they go, what strategy they should adopt. Banks also, set the standards. I gave the example earlier of Equator Principles when it was started by banks. And banks got together. They decided that it's about time that we do something about this. Obviously, the reasons, the regulatory pressure, NGO pressure, demand from consumers, and so on. Banks also, would argue, pollute, because if there is a company that dumps their waste in the river, that company must have an account with the bank. The bank must have done the KYC, know your customer, must have done some due diligence on that company that has polluted the river. Now, was the bank assessing the policies this company has in terms of how they clean their toxic waste? Maybe not. How much of that responsibility will be sitting with the banks and the regulators and so on? There is a share of that, one can argue. Banks also can be victims of climate change and the ongoing deterioration of the state of the earth. Businesses will lose because of, either because of the directly through the impact change. As we said, there are some coastal areas in some parts of the world are disappearing. High levels of flooding and severe weather conditions may result in insurance claims going higher than expected, resulting in companies losing, insurance companies losing their business, and those businesses cannot afford the insurance premium anymore. So banks are very much in the heart of the storm when it comes to sustainability and green transformation. So next slide, please. So what is the understanding of what sustainability is when it comes to businesses? One of the theories, of course, there's many aspects of it. For example, the greenhouse gas, measuring the impact, putting the right policies, treating your employees right, having policies for how to manage your waste, how to reduce your impact, and so on. But also there is the element of true cost. Do we take into account the natural capital, of Earth? For example, the resources that we have, and exhausting those resources now when they are meant to be for future generations. Do we take into the product assessment, the life cycle of those products, what's involved in the entire supply chain in terms of the cost and impact on the environment? Do we have the cost of externalities like pollution into our financial statements when we come to calculating our true cost and true profit, or do we pass this to the end user later in the future? These are elements of how do we understand the true cost and where should businesses and banks come together to make the change of true impact. Next slide. Now, if I come to CIMB and sustainability, CIMB as a bank, we can claim that we have started this journey relatively late, maybe 2017, but much earlier than many other banks in the region. We were actually pioneers. And I'll have the next slide, please. We had a number of initiatives that we started as a bank. Most importantly, we engaged our stakeholders, shareholders, our customers, our employees in finding out what they know, what they feel, and how they want to be part of this change. We embedded sustainability in our strategy. It's one of the pillars of our 5-year strategy, definitely. We have started taking steps towards instilling and putting in place policies and guidelines to manage the risks associated with certain sectors, the environmental risk, associated with certain sectors. And quite recently, we have announced our exiting from all coal-based energy plants. And we have also announced by 2040, we want to exit all coal related sectors. Now, when we talk about the role of a bank, back in 2018, also we looked at the fact that, to be a truly responsible bank takes a lot of effort. It's not just about looking into our own practices, but looking collectively and holistically on the rest of the other banking industries globally. Back in 2018, we joined the UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative. They started at that time the discussion on principles for responsible banking. We were one of the founding banks, the first in ASEAN and definitely the first in Malaysia to join this group of banks. We were number 28 or 29. Now there's close to 200 banks globally, make up about a third of the global banking industry. More than one Malaysian banks have now joined, and this is part of feeling that responsibility towards our customers, our society, our economies, and our stakeholders collectively. Next slide, please. Now, these are the highlight of those 6 principles of the United Nations UNFFI Principles of Responsible Banking. As you can see, banks are expected to align the business strategy with society's goals as expressed in the Sustainable Development Goals, in the Paris Climate Agreement. So our targets have to be aligned to those national goals. Malaysia have, a number of goals to achieve by 2030 to be part of the Paris Agreement. We have to align our budgets, our targets, our plans, our strategy to this. We have to continuously increase our positive impact while reducing our negative impact. We work with clients, with customers to create shared prosperity for current and future generations, proactively and responsibly consult, engage, and partner with relevant stakeholders, implement commitments like the one I've just mentioned now about coal sectors, and commit to transparency and accountability in terms of reporting and how we do our reporting and how we transparently reflect our goals and how we are achieving them. Next slide, please. This is the list of the selected United Nations Sustainability Development Goals that we are focusing on as part of this our positive impact framework that we have developed and launched last year. CIMB is focusing on those 24 positive impact areas and emerging sectors. We work with a number of our partners in an ecosystem approach to make sure that we look how these sectors can be developed nationally and regionally. Next slide, please. Now, continuing with our role as working with, as I mentioned, the national targets, the national goals of Malaysia. Where do we fit as a financial institution? How do we play our role? Now, we looked at the Malaysian government announced in 2018 that 20% of the energy mix by 2025 has to come from clean sources, renewable energy, whether it's solar, small hydro, rooftops, biomass, biogas. And these are, as mentioned by one of the speakers earlier, also opportunities for banks and financial institutions. All of these new sectors would require financing, would require engagement with financial institutions, and also would require some funding in order for them to grow and to progress. So we've designed some of our strategies around supporting renewable energy and the growth of these sectors. We worked with a local university in Siaf to design a green banking mind map to identify what are the gaps in the market to achieve those goals. What is required in terms of products, what is required in terms of policies, and we share this with our regulators, Bank Negara and Securities Commission. We identified those gaps from policies, from products, and we worked with them to see how the banking industry as a whole can work towards bridging those gaps and filling those gaps. Next slide. For businesses, we have a number of products that we launched, sustainability-linked loans. These are loans that take into account agreed upon sustainability performance targets with the businesses that apply for the loan. And then based on their performance of those targets and how they work towards achieving, and at the time of achieving those targets, it is reflected in the pricing, reduction in the pricing through interest and profit rebate. Sustainability bonds and Sukuk, CIMB's regional debt capital market offers origination structure and execution of green, social, and sustainability and transition bonds and Sukuk. We issued a $680 million SDG bond last year, first of its kind by a Malaysian and ASEAN issuer. And also we have committed to the renewable energy and solar financing. This is on the business side. On the individual, we have preferential rates for green residential homes, hybrid cars, the EcoSave savings account the affordable housing, provide low interest financing for affordable housing to the B40 communities, and ESG investment products that we also have available. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of information about the sustainability linked loans and how they work, and also the examples that we gave in January 2018, when 2020, earlier this year, when we committed 3 billion for sustainability linked loans for corporate borrowers. We want to work with our customers in order to encourage sustainability linked behavior, so that we link those loans and the amount we discharge to the pricing. Going back to my earlier point about how do we reflect true value and how do we reflect true cost, so that has to be linked to the pricing, it has to be linked to the bottom line and to the profitability of an organization. CIMB will grant a rebate against the loan interest based on StarHub's performance in annual CDP climate change scores from. Anyway, these are the details of some of these. I mean, definitely, if you want, you can contact me separately, and I'll give you more details, and we can discuss this in greater depth. These are much more related to the larger corporates and perhaps to the larger corporate finance projects. Now, I want to go back to the issue that I mentioned earlier about SMEs and the often forgotten segments of the economy. Next slide, please. Now, SMEs, they make up the supply chain for the large corporates. They also the contractors for the larger projects, and there's a heavy reliance on those. Can I have the next slide? Okay. In terms of engagement with SMEs, we have created an ecosystem. An ecosystem is a like-minded organizations that have the same goals, but they are in different sectors. They come together to achieve one common goal that they all work towards. So here you will see a list of some of our partners. We worked with Green Tech, we worked with Matrade, with MIDA, towards identifying opportunities, working with SMEs, working with larger businesses and corporates, to make sure that everyone benefits from what the other can provide. As a result, we came up with a new proposition. We called it the Green Biz Ready. What is a Green Biz Ready? It's a proposition that empowers SMEs. One of the challenges, as I mentioned earlier, that SMEs find when it comes to greening their businesses or adopting sustainable practices is the lack of access to knowledge and the lack of access to funding. Now, if a small SME or medium-sized SME wants to go and engage with a consultant, how do we start? How do we start the sustainability journey? They will, engage a consultant. Consultant probably will be one of the larger consultancies available, and they will charge, large amounts beyond, in most cases, the affordability of those SMEs. So we looked internally and we said, okay, we can take that burden off those SMEs. We can engage our own consultants, sustainability consultants, and provide that access to SMEs so that they don't have to worry about how much they need to pay for that consultant. The consultant, next slide, please. This is a program that we launched earlier this year with Matrade. I will come back to that Green Biz Ready in the next slide. But this is a program that we started with Matrade earlier this year, SME Sustainable Exporters Program. We worked with Matrade towards identifying those export-ready SMEs who have either already exporting to different markets, or they're looking for opportunities in other markets. However, Malaysian exporters are finding a challenge when it comes to, for example, the European markets and the North American markets, in that there is an increasing expectations that products will be compliant with certain sustainability and ESG standards. So our SMEs here in Malaysia may not be fully aware of what is entailed in that. How do we start? Where do we start? So we engaged in that program with SME, with Matrade, whereby we invited our consultant, worked with a number of sectors in the Malaysian economy, identified for them the areas where there will be issues there facing their products and practices. We then engaged with them on the steps of how they can start this journey if they wish to start that journey. Now, as I said, we leave it there. If I move to the next slide. Okay, these are the steps that we are offering for SMEs who are willing or want to start this journey, completely free of charge. All they have to be is that be of CIMB, of course. But customers of CIMB does not mean that they have to be borrowers, but they have to be customers of CIMB. We will provide them with sustainability self-assessment questionnaire. This is a set of questions designed by the expert. And then that questionnaire will be conducted in an interview, a one-on-one interview, so that we can explain the terms in those in that questionnaire if they're not clear. We will then give those SMEs a summary recommendation report on the where they stand, where are they in terms of the sustainability, or how much what's their scoring in that journey. Are they 5 out of 5? Then they're ready to go. Are they 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5? Where do they stand? Once we know where they stand and we have a set of recommendations, we can then start the in-depth assessment, providing them with a roadmap for sustainability. Where do they start? How they can start? What will be the steps needed? Do they need to have certain policies in place? Do they need to start, reducing the impact of the production? Do they need to acquire labels, eco labels? Do they need to have certain certification from the relevant bodies? Who are these relevant bodies? How much does it cost? Where do we start with the certification process and the standard adoption process? All of that will be laid out to them. And then we will, if once they decide to start, we will also give them quarterly assessment and advisory, so that every quarter they will have access to that consultant who will be telling them how they are progressing and what needs to be done in order for them to adopt those practices. Now, all of that is free of charge, as we said, compared to an arm and a leg if they were to go privately and employ different consultants. And this is unique because nobody has, approached SMEs for that before. Then we can also look into, on a case-by-case basis, if there is merit to reflect the improvement that they go through after a year or two in terms of starting the journey and improving, whether there is we can merit that into reflection in the pricing, like we do with the large corporates in terms of the sustainability-linked loans. Next slide. If then in the process of transformation they require financing, say for example the process of certification will require that they build a new specific facility, they make a change to some of their plants and factories and premises, or they may require working capital to employ a new officer or to have certain changes in place. We will offer our standard products like SME Quick Business Financing I. Next slide. We also have our renewable energy financing product, specifically targeting SMEs who require financing to purchase and installation of solar PV system, up to 10 years of financing, up to 100 of the system value, and up to 1 million. This is for the smaller businesses, for the SMEs, no collateral needed. Next slide. So why go for solar? We will obviously discuss not just why go for solar, but we will discuss with not the journey for sustainability and green is not suitable or may not fit every SME there. Some of them may find it very relevant because they will benefit from it in terms of their supply chain, in terms of their involvement in certain projects. They may find it useful because they are exporting to different markets. We will engage, of course, as to the why this is relevant to them. And similarly, in the case of solar financing, we will also discuss why solar financing will work for those companies. Solar financing may not be suitable for all companies. It has to fit within the cost-saving element of their business in terms of greening their productivity and production lines, in terms of reducing their carbon footprint. All of these elements will be taken when we discuss with them why solar financing works for these customers and SMEs. Next slide, please. This is an example here of a typical application where the monthly electricity bill for ABC manufacturing is say 22,000. The solar PV system cost is 620,000 ringgit, and the financing total monthly installment is 6,915, and this is the cost, the reduced energy consumption monthly that would be saving 8,000 out of 22,000 of their monthly bill. This is not just about greening, it's not just about reducing their carbon footprint, but it's about their own sustainability as a business. Cost is also part of their economic sustainability. If they can manage that cost, reduce their cost, then them as a business have a chance to be there longer and improve their productivity and economic sustainability. Next slide. What we do here also, this is in line with Bank Negara's value-based intermediation. Bank Negara in 2017 announced the initiation of this regulatory strategy for Islamic banks, though, but the expectation is that all banks will be offering their financings and engagement with their customers on a value-based intermediation principles, so that you know exactly what is the impact of your financing, you know exactly where you take your customers with you, and how you make sure that the value that those customers bring to the economy and society at large is taken care of, is calculated, is measured, and is reported. This is part of what we do, and this is in a nutshell. I hope I stayed within the allocated time of half an hour. Apology for the video. And I hope I just gave you an idea of what we want to do in CIMB and where we are taking this, and why SMEs are as important as the larger corporates when it comes to project financing. We will be hopefully, inshallah, announcing this initiative early next year, and we look forward to engage meaningfully with the various sectors and SMEs in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Husam. That is a lovely conclusion to say that there's something in waiting for us. And even though you're not able to play the video, we will definitely put it at our website later today as part of your support to this webinar. I think you have touched us a lot regarding the role of SMEs, which are the engine of growth for our economic activity. And it's enlightening to hear that you are really having no collateral as part of your support to SMEs who wants to come and get your financing. Yeah? I think that is where I believe the collaboration and the smart partnership respect to SMEs and banks become much more stronger, because the understanding about what the ecosystem need is actually the common platform on how the equilibrium of balancing between financing and lending comes into place. Yeah. So I think the most important crucial activity under the SMEs is, of course, their competencies, their ability, their skill sets, and so on. Yeah. So I'm sure when you want to assess a lot of SMEs, when I was with the Malaysia Debt Ventures before, a lot of the time you will look at leadership, because leadership is what makes the person or the company who owns the project get into the level that they need. So other than all the criteria of assessment, I'm sure the activity of project management skills become much, much more important, because that is what makes the leader transform those activities. I have a question coming for you, and I'm waiting for the question to come out. Yeah, regarding the
no problem.
Yeah, regarding what would be your response to the question? Here is the question. It comes from Farah Wahida from Prudential Takaful. And she asked this question: sustainability impact assessment is an important element to be considered in financing. I'm sure this is highly true. So what type of framework is being applied, as assuming in CIMB, to look at sustainability contribution created by the SMEs projects, and to what extent their project management skills are being evaluated?
You see, this is a definitely a good question. there are no frameworks for SMEs in terms of measuring impacts. There are a lot of studies, there are a lot of researches, there are a lot of efforts to establish something that will allow us to, measure the impact of SMEs. But as I mentioned, it has always been challenged by the cost element. SMEs, in order to measure their own impact, they will have to, we look at equator principles, you have a third-party validator or assessor or someone who will validate this. Definitely, that's a cost. In terms of green bonds and green sukuk, you will also have a third party to assess and validate that, and that's a cost. And that's SMEs. If a small company, or they will start, this is not their priorities. However, part of our engagement, as I mentioned, we're trying to do under the Green Biz Ready, is to enable those SMEs to assess their own impact. Now, obviously, it will differ from one sector to another. Those in manufacturing, for example, will have a different framework in terms of how much, even then, depends on the sector and the subsector. Whether they're in chemical manufacturing, whether in food processing, whether they are in rubber, whether they're in textile, whether each one of those industries will have their own risk profile, their own impact profile, their own factors go into the calculations. All of that is something that I would say there are a lot of attempts to put that in place. For example, the United Nations Global Compact recently launched a toolkit for SMEs to go and their journey. They can go and calculate their own. However, when you get to the details of this, you realize you need some hand-holding. You need someone who will be a consultant of some sort, who will be able to take you through this process, help you with it, and then that's the process where you find that, this is a challenge. This is where we are trying to come here and SMEs by providing them access to those consultants who can do this on their behalf, help them understand the requirements in their relevant field and in the relevant sector. In a nutshell, there's no established, known framework for sustainability impact assessment for SMEs. I mean, you can have environmental impact assessment based on certain practices. These are established sciences, but not sustainability impact assessment for SMEs per sector. We hope to see that this will evolve, will develop. We will play our part, definitely. I think we have started this journey on small steps, but we will create the momentum, hopefully, for others to join and also for this to take better shape in years to come.
Thank you. I think that questions give us ourselves an opportunity. Ourselves means we in Sustainable Business Network, we are helping a lot of SMEs. And I think part of our webinar today is to showcase to you how we do the impact assessment and how to a certain extent the impact has been able to evaluate it with the KPI and the data, and how the analytical impact can showcase their talent, not only their creativity in the project management, but also in terms of the real assessment itself when it comes to the SDGs, and also with the 3 factors of contribution towards the people, the planet, and the prosperity. Those are evidence-based, and this is where I think the collaboration between the private sector and the banking can come in to help develop the knowledge, as we say, the domain knowledge about what is the element that we can support to show proof that sustainability impact is one of the elements of assessment that need to be developed and showcased to the public, to the community, to the government, to the regulators, and so on. It's not just a showcase. It is a livelihood of everyone. It is the ecosystem that needs to be developed. Yeah. So we are very happy to see that SME Bank is driving SMEs. And this is really, really in the core of the whole economy, because as you see, when the pandemic hit the SMEs, it's very much we're trying to revive it back. And this is one way forward on how we can work together.
Definitely,
Yeah?
definitely. We look forward to that.
I look forward to meet you personally, Mr. Hussam.
Oh, definitely. Please, that will be my pleasure.
Yes, we definitely will be hosting more events together with you, because we have at least 200 SMEs behind us who
Excellent.
definitely would like to have
Oh, yes.
exposure.
We're waiting for that. Absolutely,
Yes.
we're waiting for that. Hopefully next time we will have video as well.
Yes, we will do that. So I'm so sorry, I have to move on to the next, because I wish I could talk more with you, yeah? Because
we'll talk next time, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, yeah? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the next speaker. The next speaker is Datin Raskidah Ali. Datin Raskidah is one of the prominent, I would say, lady that have got many talent. And she's just not involved in IT, in audiovisual, in augmented reality, virtual reality, but she's also one of the people that manage big event management, yeah? Whether it's in hotel or in convention and other conferences that she is involved in. Being talented in IT and talented in funding, that's something that has got a good combination, yeah? Because every one of us has got the role to play. While we have the skill sets, the meantime, we are going to bring investors. So those who are having such international network and where international trust the people, especially the people who have got the talent to manage funds, I think this is where Datin Raskidah is going to come in and help us share what exactly will be her contribution for today. Just to give a little bit of a bio write-up about Datin Raskidah, she's currently the Senior Vice President of the Memo Suite, definitely a 4-star city hotel, which is Sharia compliance, right in the city of Kuala Lumpur. She holds so many top positions in non-governmental organizations, namely the honorary chairman of the ADB, which is the Association of Digital Asset and Blockchain. Wow, that's something that is always a talk of town, the blockchain, yeah? So, and she has also previously been part of the Malay Chamber of Islamic Investment and Commerce, where I believe that's where we started knowing each other, because she has a role on how we bring the investors into Malaysia. Now, with her vast experience in IT and the tourism sector, which needs to be revived, a lot of people who are in the hospitality, tourism, and the retail industry are finding ways on how to attract back the tourists, the players, the service providers, so that we will grow back the engine of tourism and hospitality, so that more and more investors can come in, especially when Malaysia has got abundance of resources that we can offer to the world. So over to you. Over to you, Tim.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Can I be heard? Lovely. Okay, hello, everyone, and a big thank you to the organizer, SASNet, for inviting our association to share our funding programs and its activities. And to those who have found us on today's webinar, a warm welcome. I'm Ras Ali here, Honorary Chairman of the Association of Digital Asset and Blockchain. Can I have my first slide, please, if I may ask? I'm going to nail this program on my first slide.
For a while, yeah? Just hang on for a while. Yeah.
Right.
We could search the slides for you now.
I've got the nail, the hammer is not there yet.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, Datin, we got the slides on already.
All right. Okay. Right. This is, let's nail it. And how do we actually nail it? Now, funding the founders, that's actually my program. We've been told that this prestigious award winners are the owners of sustainability projects. So we at ADAP further enhances these awards by elevating them. So how do we elevate them? Second slide, please. What we do, first, we gather these winners, this project winners. We interview, scan through their projects briefly, and we further help them with the curation of the request of this funding by organizing a boot camp. Together with the boot camp, we've got seminars, workshops, and depending on the industry. See, 2020 was supposed to be the year introduced early in the year, which specifically in February, where Dr. No actually attended our launch of this Fund the Founders. Okay, Fund the Founders, the first program and the industry that we have chosen for the Fund the Founders for this year was the modest fashion. However, when the pandemic came, struck us, and we were told to go on a lockdown on the 18th of March, so we hold on to it. Yeah, even this particular program was also supposed to be presented during the halal seminar. So what happened was, during this Fund the Founders program, we will actually choose a particular industry. So we plan in the year 2021, because 2020 is almost over. We plan to choose tourism, because I believe that this is the industry that needs help. In any disaster or natural calamities, tourism will always be the first to be hit, and unfortunately and matter-of-factly will be the last to recover. Now, can I have my third slide? The third slide. No. No. The one on that assisting in reinventing business model presentation. Yeah. Okay. How do we actually present our program? Now, as we know, if for those who have not known, ADAP was founded to pursue on the subjects on digital assets, where it will contribute to the in sustaining the economy. Digital assets in this context would mean anything that is digital and has got values. Example, for example, if it's video, and then the video clips would be the digital asset. And if it's YouTube, then the content would be the digital asset. Now, nowadays, the latest technology adopts the 4IR technologies. We have actually prepared these several technologies to be applied into the program. Through ADAP, we can link, promote, and even support in crafting business plan, which may include the use of technology. And next year, we would like to emphasize more on the use of the ER, the extreme realities. Now, extreme realities have got three. Under the extreme realities, we have the VR, AR, and MR. So we are using and to use these technologies into the targeted industry that we're going to help promote, which is next year. Under the ER, we've got VR, which is actually the virtual reality, and the AR, which is the augmented reality, and MR, mixed reality. Mixed reality is a mixture of VR and AR. So now this being the this latest technology is now being ubiquitous. So what we believe that we can help the tourism industry through this technology. So how do we actually help them? We reinvent their business model, and then we help them to present through funders, shareholders, and the customers. Now, funders would mean last year when we launched the the founders under modest fashion, we've got local and also overseas funders, right? We actually managed to match the medical industry, in particular to set up in an Islamic to a hospital and Islamic Women's College through our partners overseas. Right. Shareholders is through crowdfunding. We've got people who can do funding. And then, of course, customers. These are direct customers. Right. And the last, can I have the next slide? Okay. Now, how do we guide this, the project owners on their, how do we guide them? So we help them to curate the business plan, which they would already have. So we curate, and then the business plan together with the financial plan. Now, the process, we will assist on the curation. We'll start with the applications within Malaysia with certain preset criteria. Once the applications are finalized, an expert group of funders will actually determine who will go to the next phase. The boot camp in which they will learn how to reinvent their business and present it to their customers, funders, shareholders, etc. After graduating this program, the project owners will present their models to the funders. Now, FTF or fund the founders will not only educate the project owners, but will also assist them in managing their funds. But before getting their funds, they must present their wow factor. So we will have a 50 minutes wow session where each project owners will have to wow the investors. So it will be a very brief 15 minutes. How you words of in 15 minutes is up to you. That's why we call it the wow session. 15 minutes, try to put as much as you can, but of course we speak eloquently and not rushing. But if those who there was this particular project where the first 3 words already wow the funders, and the funders already were pressing the button, you know, means they are in, and then they will go to the next phase. Yeah. Okay, and the next slide, please. Okay, ultimate goals. Ultimate goals, of course, managing funds. Now, we have had project owners having won the heart and the minds of the funders, and so they were getting few millions, and they do not know how to manage the funds. So we will help the funds by following in a stringent process. We did a stringent process on their business, falling back into their business plans and of course their financial plans. The consultancy on next phase, of course, that is one of the criteria of the FTF. Now, mentorship, we do one-to-one session. That's one of our goals. In this program, we provide the business consultancy and the mentorship. Now, eventually, last slide, please. We at ADAP, we believe ultimate effort should be put to make the program an efficient one and a sustainable program for all, be it project owners, funders, mentors, and so on. So to all the award winners of this particular GPM award winners, we aim to let you achieve efficient and sustainable goals for your projects, and we look forward to hearing from you pretty soon. Yeah, that's about all. A sweet and sexy one. Yeah.
Thank you, Datin. Wow, yes,
Yeah.
definitely sweet and sexy. Sexy in the sense that you not only go into fashion, modest fashion, you're also going into technicalities of MV, which is mixed virtual reality, mixed reality. That's between right. Audiovisual, or augmented, and also virtual. Yeah. So, and you have been in the industry of tourism because you know what this technology can do to drive tourists. Yeah. Because some of the projects I think that you have engaged with are very much working with the SMEs, especially the service providers here, who definitely drive traffic. Now, I was in touch with you earlier for the Mecca Marine project, where you bring in fashion from industry, from Turkey, from Indonesia, and Malaysia as a blended fashion industry. That itself is a wow factor, which I believe you were looking at fashion using recycled materials, yeah, as a fashion on how we bring bigger customers, and there was a big interest from Indonesia, especially when they help grow the SMEs from those who are probably need jobs. Yeah? So when talk about SMEs, the most important element is looking for opportunity to get jobs. And now that you're going to talk about tourism, where the industry right now is quite weak at the present moment, the ability to revive this industry with your the Founders Program Bootcamp is definitely timely. Yeah, definitely timely. So the question the question asked by one of our presenter, our key people here, is about when you fund these founders, definitely you need to bring all these SMEs together. So the question is, would developing a business community portal for SMEs help address some of the issues of design, development, and sustainability with respect to the projects that they are in, especially now when we're talking about COVID-19 and tourism?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because once the portals are there, they will provide all the necessary informations. For example, the core business of the SMEs, their visions, and I'm sure there are the statements, strategies, and the planned activities. Now, this will definitely help, and I strongly believe this will definitely help in designing, developing the various agendas and strategies for sustainability. Now, potential funders, example from the crowdfunding communities, overseas funders, etc., can refer to these community portals for reliable information. Yeah, in order to make decisions and more, I would say, informed decisions about which businesses they would want to fund and so on. So definitely, these portals are very, very important, and they help to design whatever that is needed.
Thank you, Datin,
Yeah.
for your answer. I think when we talk about technology, now the mainstream is that everybody wants to put it on the portal so that more and more service providers can come in, and especially if it is going to be a one-stop center, definitely it will drive more communities to come in. Yeah. So I know there's so much to share from you, but as you say, our time is not that easily flexible for us to move on and to talk more about your founders program. But I believe we will be catching up with you more and more on how we bring the SMEs on board to some of the activities, especially the bootcamp, and how to create a wow factor for the investors to come in. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Datin.
Much welcome.
I would
Thank
like
you.
to
Thank
move
you for
on.
having me, Doctor. Thank you very much. Right.
Welcome. I would like to move on, and our next speaker is Matthew Fernandez. Yeah. Now, Matthew Fernandez, one of the people that are not just having a very unique platform for funding, it has created and founded a very strong business model called the Micro Leap. Yeah. Matthew, now the partner and the CEO of the company called Micro Leap. He handles a lot of the operations of the company. He has been working in the financial services for around 10 years, especially in the financial planning of wealth management. And before he started, he's also involved in Islamic and conventional peer-to-peer microfinancing platform. That's probably a new buzzword, but to some of you who probably have not heard about peer-to-peer microfinancing. Yeah? And this is very much the new type of financing that has been regulated and approved by Securities Commission. Now, peer-to-peer financing in Malaysia is an alternative financing. So for those who are looking for another way of how you need to get funded, this is one platform I believe Micro Leap can help us to share what would be the challenges and what would be the benefit, especially when Micro Leap is the first P2P or peer-to-peer operator in Malaysia, and they are offering Islamic and conventional financing. Now, isn't it interesting? Not only Matthew holds the Bachelor of Commerce, majoring in Economics and Finance from Monash University, and I'm sure his experience in the financial institutions are now leading up the new alternative financing that can help benefit the ecosystem of sustainability. So over to you, Matthew.
Hi, morning, everyone. Thanks for having us again. Thank you to the organizers. I'll also just can start off before we do Q&A just to share my screen. Hold on. Can everyone see?
Yes, we can see. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hold on, let me just make it larger. Okay, so my name is Matthew. I'm the partner and COO of Microleap. And yes, thank you for such a kind introduction. That's basically where we are now. We're in the Malaysia's first Islamic and conventional P2P financing platform, and very proud to be a Malaysian fintech player, a proudly Malaysian fintech player. Just to move. Yep. So actually, just to touch on over there, that Pisang Goreng is one of our. That Pisang Goreng shop is actually my Pisang Goreng shop that I grew up and cycled to since I was a kid. And really, really happy to be one of the funders and also one of the main people that, what do you call this thing, that we managed to help, you know. So because obviously they tried to get a banking facility and they couldn't, and Microleap was there, and not only that, we managed to really help them. All right, so I'll move on quickly, just to add on to what I was saying earlier. So the main issue with MSMEs this time around, more so now with COVID, is the lack of access for MSMEs to get their credit, I mean, to fulfill banks' credit criteria, and also, you know, the outreach, because obviously cheap for the banks to set up at everywhere. Whereas for Microleap, we are the ones looking to plug that gap. We have a low customer acquisition cost. Everything's online, even down to our Islamic financing contracts and certs and everything in between. Everything is between a few tick boxes, and we try to make it as seamless as possible and as accessible as possible. And obviously, we've targeted the underserved. We have not only the group financing, which is basically based on the Grameen model. So 5 MSMEs, 5 entrepreneurs can come together, and 5 women entrepreneurs actually will even get a credit uplift. So things like this is actually where we kind of stand out. So, and as you can see also there, Malaysia is ripe for digital financial services. I think it's fair to say almost everyone has a smartphone, but more importantly, internet penetration has really increased year on year. Just on 2018, it's 87.4%. So already at 2020, coming to 2021, I'm sure that it will be much higher. So yeah, coming to our features, Microleap, obviously we are micro enterprise and B40 focused, 1,000, 50,000, Islamic and conventional, as already mentioned. And we've got more Islamic financing products coming in 2021, some even on the SME focus under our Microleap Plus. And I'll touch on a little bit about that via our partnerships. But basically, the safety also is really important. Similarly to ECF operators, all our funds, all our RMOs rather, the digital asset exchange players, all our funds are held in trust accounts. All issuers for Microleap on our platform have a guarantor. Personal or even sometimes even couple of guarantors. Issuers are covered by a key person PA, personal accident insurance. In the event, the easiest example would be a food truck driver gets into an accident, broke his arm, or sadly passes away. The entire, say 40,000 left of his 50,000 financing will be paid out to our trustees. Our trustees will pay out to all the investors. We too, similar to the bank, do have a strict credit criteria, but we do have something slightly different called psychometric testing, because one thing about MSMEs, they do have to make sure that we are looking at the thin files as well, because some of them have never taken a loan in their life, forget about getting financing from any FIs, whereas like we don't mind that because we actually provide, in the very next point, the basic debt management and accounting training. And more importantly, with psychometric testing, we get to see the willingness to pay, not so much just the ability to pay, because sometimes statements and all could be really great, but then when you actually do a little bit digging, maybe their credit behavior is not that great. But, we take into account a whole slew of credit points. And so that's where the psychometric testing really complements our proprietary credit algorithm. And as already mentioned, Doc was really nice to mention that, yes, we are strictly regulated by the Kawal Selia over Suruhanjaya Securities Commission Malaysia. So yeah, our main differentiation point. These are where I would say we really stand out. We are Islamic and conventional, as we mentioned, the BA insurance already mentioned, but the debt management accounting training, I think this one is worthwhile to mention that they have to pass these modules before they receive the financing. So no matter whatever size the MSME, this is something we want to make sure that it's, especially for the micro enterprises, that we've already helped to convert some Boku 555 to basic Excel, where they can key in BM and English, by the way. So they can just key in the figures and then boom, they get their P&L and balance sheets. And these management accounts can be used for us, but also for further rounds of financing. And of course, group financing, we already touched on it. Basically, we're digitizing the Grameen model of group lending. So just a little bit about traction. We are at about one thing, the only key thing I really want to bring up is we're close to 1.1, and just on the current notes that once they are fully funded, we'll be touching 1.2. So, and this is all within the space of April to now. So that shows the desire and the demand for Islamic assets, because almost all our notes, if you can see that little eye over there, that's Islamic. And we're currently well over 95% Islamic. And, it's, I think sooner or later we'll be probably, going closer to 97, 98, but the way things are going. And I mean, the main thing is to point out is we actually, I think I'll bring up on the next point. The fact that most of these companies are more than willing to come on board or so-called convert from conventional to Islamic, as my partner and founder CEO Trinidani has mentioned. It's getting parlor for everyone, because all these guys have converted. But basically, based on the commodity Muraba'ah, is how we do our power of arrangements, how we do our Islamic financing and keeping it Sharia compliant. But the brokerage fees, we absorb all those brokerage fees. So that's why most of these companies, that's the main thing they ask, how much does it cost? And we tell them that, look, we are absorbing everything. There's nothing passed to the investors, nothing passed to the issuers, because the issuers are the borrowers, the MSMEs that need the financing. And we're a matching platform between them, the issuers, which is the borrowers, and the investors, which is the crowd. And the crowd also entails corporate and institutional investors as well. And anyone can invest, and also any late fees are passed to charity, Dharma. So these are just some of our partnerships. I've already updated this as currently the MySafe program is a great program from the government and thankfully is in continuation. I'm sure Elaine will touch on this later as well. But basically they will invest up to 20 to for this year, end of this year, it'll be up to 33%, but next year onwards will be at 20%. And the SME Corp, we're giving them a discounted fees. MDEC with the proud Islamic fintech partner, so that serves as a micro investment as well as a micro financing arm. And MTDC, they are this is where Microleap Plus comes in, as I was trying to say earlier. Microleap Plus basically is for notes above 50,000 up to 500,000, and these are on the SME focus. These are the ones who are tech-based companies that MTDC and us will MTDC will look to co-fund and look to have onboarded with us as their P2P partner. And also they've channeled 5 million via a COVID relief fund for all their tech ecosystem companies. MA8, I'm really happy to announce that they are also on board and they're looking to co-fund as well, be a co-fund partner, investment partner as well. These are just some of our recognition. I think a good one to point out is we've been selected as the top 18 teams within ASEAN for UNCDF, United Nations Capital Development Fund Financial Innovation B40 Challenge. We were part of the pioneer batch. Really proud of that because obviously they saw something in us and we are still, doing our best to be an impact investment as well as because that's always been our motto. As you can tell, the financial inclusion bit of the what's this one? The basic debt management accounting training, as well as providing PA insurance all at no extra cost. And also of course all the several SDGs, and also we won BFM recently, so that's also another nice point to add. Thankfully, Trinidani has been a proper Islamic fintech thought leader as well. So this was just a few of the ones that he was featured in. A few from NCF to Kini Halal. And before I close up, I'll just show a couple of videos. So,
looking for alternative financing you can trust? You'll find it right here at Microleap. Islamic and conventional P2P microfinancing. Get access to crowdsourced funds. Microleap provides personal accident insurance, online debt management and accounting video training at no extra cost.
And hold on. The other one would be sure. Okay. The others will be on our website itself. So I'm not sure if that video was playing earlier, but I think similar to the CIMB Sultan, I think I will share these videos are already on our website, and if anything, please feel free to get back to us. Our emails and contact numbers are there, and yeah, we can. I mean, everything's online in English and BM on our website. So yeah, with that, we'll take any Q&As.
Thank you, Matthew. Yes, definitely, we will like to look at some of the videos that you probably have at the website and share with the attendees today, with all the people that probably are. I mean, it's very interesting to say that when as we go down from the big corporate inside down to the SMEs and peer-to-peer financing, I think this you are going more to the micro level, where a lot of the people who are, as you say, looking for short-term financing with more innovative way of looking at lending. So being the first is always never an easy thing, because there's no precedence and there's no financial school that can give you the foundation other than our Sharia compliance. That's where I think the body of knowledge that we have that probably was untapped now is put into application. I think that's the beautiful part about when we have compliances that is under a very strong what I call administration in terms of how we should fund communities, and especially for the laymen. I think the matching between projects which is Sharia compliance and financing that are Sharia compliance, it's really blending well. I think that's where we have a match about how we believe sustainability impact projects that are also Sharia compliance with your peer-to-peer funding, which has got also Sharia compliance. And how does this benefit you as compared to people going to the bank? Can you help to answer this question?
Yeah, sure. I think I did touch on it also. We are basically the financial inclusive, but I think also very important to stress, we're an alternative financing option, right? So obviously, if you've got the if you've got the 3 years or strong profitability for 3 years, etc., obviously you can and you fit any of the bank's criteria, then by all means. But in our case, we look at it more on the basic debt management, accounting, training, taking care of the thin files, proper impact investments, because like I mentioned earlier also, just the slightest, what they call it, help can do so much. Like our Wumpa pisang goreng seller, she wanted 15,000 and she just couldn't get a financing because she was 30 years in JB. I went there when I was a kid. So I can clearly know that this was just a roadside seller that went into a shop and she just needed to really spruce it up because it's all Bunpa Lima Brade, so it's a family run business. And then we came in and funded her in no time. But the best part is the article is actually on our website on how, it's really changed. Like she managed to change her shop completely. Like it looks so new, so fresh. And, she did a really good job. And with just that little bit of financing, and there was people that invested as little as 10, 50 ringgit right up to a couple of thousand, so that's the power of the crowdsourced funds. Everything's Islamic. Again, we absorb all the brokerage fees. That's where also we differentiate. We're not passing any fees on. So that is also something that's really unique to us. But yeah, and also the Grameen model, that's also something that will set us apart. I think Tunku Dani has mentioned this before. Ethical investments and ethical financing and Islamic principles go hand in hand, So this is where I think it really goes full circle from impact investments to Islamic principles and teachings, Everything, for me, this is where we really stand out.
Yeah, I think with the fact that when you want to come in clean, or when we say sustainable in the Sharia compliance way, and here the projects are also coming in a sustainable compliance way. I think the the role for our new players, our new SMEs right now, especially coming from polytechnics, coming from universities, coming from NGOs and social enterprises, they are the new breed
Yes.
of small players, but high impact contribution to the economy. Yeah. So that is where I believe this intervention of this new innovative or alternative financing will come in well. And today, later on, or probably I will give you the list later on, the number of projects that is of similar nature that you mentioned today in your case, it's also everywhere in the whole of Malaysia. So you have a big crowd and a big pool of people that you can help. And I'm sure those people who have that have been recognized as having sustainability impact can now come over to you and help them to create that already what they believe to be having the journey to continue and do more to the society, to the people and the planet. Yeah. So
Yes.
I really see a good what I call synergy, a good partnership, and because the one that is really in need for these small fundings are the SMEs, are the entrepreneurs. Yeah. And I'm sure we are going to come back to you. Susnet is going to come back to you because we have a lot of SMEs, we have a lot of project managers, from various industries are similar to your case. And this is what I like, because people are now trying to see that, hey, whatever I do now, I can continue. And job opportunity, especially for unemployed, it's not necessarily it's created by the bigger industries, but by the new growth of this digitalization and also the micro economies.
Yep.
Any last word, Matthew?
Yeah, actually, I mean, to really complement what you're saying, and I love the fact you brought up the SEs, accredited SEs under that come onto our platform, because we are an accredited SE partner under MySafe, which is the My Co-Investment Fund from the Finance Ministry. They are willing to match 1-to-1. So that is huge, because it's a blended profit rate for Islamic, interest rate for conventional, but that blended rate is basically similar to a bank's rate. And, it's a win-win for both sides. The investors actually get double, and the issuer or the borrower actually pays half. So because of MySafe, because MySafe is matching 50%, So this is huge. I mean, this is something which we are really thankful for MySafe for being really supportive this whole time, especially more so COVID. But this particular bit of the social enterprise, that's also, again, right in line with Microleap's small steps, big impact, impact investment motif. Is something that, I'm glad you brought it up as well. So yeah, we are really looking forward to working with Susnet and with accredited SEs, among all the MSMEs, of course,
I think now with the present COVID situation, your pool of clientele is bigger than you expected, right?
Of course. But of course, some are asking for to fund their wedding and apa benda, itu tak boleh lah. I mean, no personal, SC doesn't allow personal financing, thank God.
Of course, this is all about sustainability, long term. Yeah,
long term.
Yes, long term. Good, Matthew. I'm going to meet you one of these days, sooner.
Yes, please.
Because I think there's a lot of breadth that you have in sharing your knowledge. We are going to have our own sustainability channel for financing discussion, because this is something that under Susnet we want to develop so that there is continuity to our discussion on financing. And because this subject is not just a one-off, it is part of our daily life. So therefore, we will definitely bring it up to more communities and who are probably not aware. Sometimes we speak in English, people will not understand. There will be some channels that we're going to speak in Malay. And this is where we'll help more people to understand what is peer-to-peer financing.
Sure.
Inshallah.
I think we can present in Malay, so no issue.
Yep. Sure. We will have that also because our majority and the community at large, when we presented things in English, sometimes the comprehension are probably not high. But we have no issues of bringing topics of this nature into Malay because we know a lot of the other people will have more greater what they call understanding when it is brought into the local language. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
at least,
Thank you very much,
our-
Matthew.
Yeah, thanks. Our website also is English and DM. Just go to the top right corner, so easy lah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. I
Take
have
care.
to move on. I have to have someone who is going to
Yes.
probably waiting for it, and no other than someone who is very much also involved in impact ventures. Yeah. The next speaker is Jen Lee. Jen Lee is definitely one of the what I call new type of financing she is going to talk about, and his financing is called Citrine Capital. Yeah. For those who are probably not aware about what Citrine Capital is, Jen Lee will definitely talk about it more. But as a background, Jen Lee is the MD right now, and he envisioned the world as where knowledge, action, and capital complement. Yeah, definitely true. There's a blending of it. Yeah. So Jen Lee dedicates a career to impact sectors. So what is impact assessment? Is something that I believe all here are already creating that impact. Yeah. So more and more we know non-profit organizations, social enterprise, research centers that are in need of different kind of capital will definitely help to improve what we believe the contribution of those sectors towards the capital market. So I think Citrine has got the right kind of knowledge, yeah, because his degree is in biochemistry from University of Melbourne, and his master degree is in international development at King's College, London. That definitely brings where she is right now in holding the trump card of Citrine Capital. So with that, I pass over the mic to Jen Lee, and please share your presentation to us. What is Citrine Capital all about?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Can you see my screen?
Yes, can. We can see.
Yes. Okay, all good. I shall start then. Yes. Okay. Hi. Good morning, turning into afternoon now to everybody. I'm Jen from Citrine Capital. So Citrine Capital is an impact investment firm where we behave exactly like a traditional venture capitalist. But not only do we care about profitability, we also want to create positive societal impact. And just a quick disclaimer, and I'll be presenting in English. You guys were talking about presenting in English and BM. I think I'm more comfortable with English, so here I am. So as the host has mentioned, our vision is basically to connect capital with impact. So it has been a very much capitalist society that we've been living in for the past decades or even centuries. But now I think we got to attract a lot more capital into the impact space, because that's where we will be able to kind of improve humanity in that sense. I guess just to take a step back and just have a look at the whole capital spectrum. We have been talking so much about putting fundings into sustainable projects, into social enterprises, into different type of companies. But where are we at now? So if we were to look at the left-hand side, it's traditional investing where everybody wants back profit maximization, whereas on the right-hand side, it's philanthropy. So I'm giving this with a mindset that I will not get anything back in return. So then impact investments is in between, right in the middle. It goes from responsible investing, meaning this is similar to Islamic financing as well, meaning I'll cut out the tobacco, I'll cut out the alcohol, I'll cut out the sinful companies, and then it goes to sustainable impact investing where I really look into the ESG components of the government. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the term ESG. So environment, basically, for example, is my company leaving responsible footprints? Social might be, am I paying my workers minimum wages that is required by the law, or am I exploiting childs and stuff like that? And the most basic one, governance. Every company should have good governance in place. And then there is thematic impact investing, which is kind of like Citrin. We look into different sectors, particularly education and healthcare. I'll go into more of that afterwards. So this usually depends on the funder. So if the funder is, oh, wow, I want to change the way how education works, then they'll invest in companies that are from the education industries only. And then obviously impact first investing, it's a type of investing where the investor, it's okay with sacrificing a bit of the financial returns to achieve more social change. So there's this whole range of gray areas in which we label impact investing is, but it's just very broad term, and each investor will have to define what type of impact investors they are, and it's okay to be different because there's no one size fit all. It depends on the goals and objectives of the impact investors themselves. So that's in a nutshell of the whole capital spectrum. So moving to our own investment philosophy at Citrin is that we are very disciplined in the sense that we function exactly like a for-profit capitalist, meaning we do our due diligence, our term structuring, negotiation exactly like how we should do it professionally. But we obviously have impact aspects of things incorporated into our whole process. I'll go into that afterwards as well. And opportunity investing, it's where there are, unfortunately, the more problem a country has, the more impact opportunities there is, because that's where startups or even just SMEs will be able to solve these particular problems of the countries. So we highly believe in opportunity investing too. And active investments is in a sense that not only do we put in money into it, financial capital, we also try to contribute our knowledge capital and social network capital. So we introduce you to other funders. We'll also kind of support you in all that you ask for from us. Yes, so that's us. So going back to impact opportunities and opportunity investing in Asia is that, again, the more problem a country has, the more opportunities there are for impact investors. So as you know, Southeast Asia is full of problems, maybe except Singapore, which they have their own set of problems as well. So if you were to look at the SDG dashboard, you probably see a lot of Southeast Asian countries having a lot of reds and yellows in their SDG dashboard. So for this one, I'm looking into the Malaysian dashboard. So if you were to zoom in and think about Malaysia, well, we're okay. We are a upper middle income country. We're doing fine, although on the way maybe to achieve a high income status, although it's already 2020. So we might think we're doing okay, but actually if you were to dive deeper into each of the category and each of the goals, we are not doing too well. If you were to think of this as a traffic light, the green ones meaning we are doing good, the orange ones meaning could be better, we can improve on those aspects of things, and the red is like, oh, we totally need to work on these aspects of things. So then as you can see, there's a lot of work on in Malaysia, and Citrin, we particularly prioritize healthcare and education. That's because I think mainly of my background within these two industries. I did biochem, and then I volunteered in numerous education industries. So what we did and how we chose these two particular sectors is that we went on the ground to truly understand what's happening. We did a lot of primary research and as well as secondary research. Say, for example, we have a long list of problems with what's wrong in these two industries. For instance, within the education industries, 1 in 5 Malaysian students actually drop out of school, or in healthcare, 1 in 2 Malaysians are actually at risk of obesity and diabetes. So with a long list of problems, we know exactly what's happening on the ground. So whatever startups that we invest in will have to contribute solving these problems in one way or another. Yeah, so that's us. And what type of ventures are we looking at? So I think Matthew have spoken a bit about social enterprises just now, and I think the idea of social enterprises is quite broad in general. Again, just like impact investing, there's no one size fit all. There's so many factors that you need to consider. There's so many different business models in which you can actually implement the whole ideology of how a social enterprise could work and will work. So these are just examples. The ones that you see on the screen are just three very simple examples of how a social enterprise business model will work. No right or wrong, and it really depends on how you want to generate your revenue to keep yourself sustainable and perhaps profitable. So one of my favorite model is actually the you offering your products or services to beneficiaries equals to buyers. Actually, this is the model of MicroLip, Matthew, who has presented previously. So you basically have your beneficiaries as your clients or customers. So they are who you serve best. So you offer your stuff at an affordable and accessible manner. So if you can imagine, business and impact goes hand in hand. So if you manage to sell your products and services, the more you sell, the more it's going to impact your beneficiaries, which is why this is the most straightforward type of model that I favor. But obviously, there are so many different types, and it's going on a case by case basis. So depends on how innovative and how creative the social entrepreneur is in solving the problems that they have identified and targeted and did their research on the ground and product market fit. So it's really depending on the innovativeness of the entrepreneurs. So how does a venture capital or impact venture capital works is that we obviously deal source. So how will you know, get in touch with venture capitals, or how would you know their presence and whatnot? Usually we get referrals like our other impact investors or just any other investors or angel investors will be like, hey, I've got this company who is seeking for fund now. Why don't you go talk to them? And then we'll be like, okay, are they within the education and healthcare industry? Yes, happy to talk to them. No, then maybe no, because that helps us to filter out. Obviously, events, unfortunately, all events have turned virtual these days, which is a bit difficult to connect. Like now I'm presenting, I don't get the chance to talk to any of you, but in an in-person event, we can exchange name cards, talk a bit, 5 to 10 minutes. Then after that, we can arrange for a proper 1 hour meeting, so on as well. So I guess with virtual, we can just leave emails on the chat groups and then we'll keep in touch separately after that. Still a method of engaging, but it's, to me, a bit less effective, but it's what COVID has brought us to, and that's the future of work, and we have to deal with it and then excel in it afterwards too. Yes, and then obviously partnerships. We are partnered with Magic, who accreditates social enterprise in Malaysia, and so then they act as the deal flow channels for us as well. And publicity, every time we kind of invest, we try to make announcements of who have we invested, why we are investing, to attract more similar companies to come to talk to us. So that's where we deal source. So if you are looking for fundings, that's how we usually get to know our potential invested companies. Then after that, once we know you, know what you're doing, your projects, your ventures, then we'll be like, are you in our focus area? Do you actually comply with ESG standards? Or is there an idea of additionality of impact within your business model? So they are different, and you should know whether you have the intention to create impact, or the impact is embedded within your business model, or impact is an extra thing you have to take care of. Those are very different types of impact that you want to embed into your business model. So we will think about that as well, talk to you about that. And then obviously you need a solid business model. That's the bare minimum as well. And then once you have go through the brief, okay, this is fine, this is within my scope, then we'll do the proper due diligence, in which we'll be asking for a long list of documents for you to prepare your, just to kind of check that you're not lying. Obviously, we don't want to deal with dodgy people. So we just need to do the due diligence properly, professionally, with lawyers or ourselves, to check your cash flow projections, to catch your registrations of your companies, as well as your team members. One of the main things that we look before we invest is actually the capacity of the team members. Are they from those industries? What are their actual intentions, and what are their goals and mission in building such company? And what is their plan? Are they going to build it and exit their own company, or are they going to build it, IPO it? And what is their whole vision for the company? And we want to know that too, and whether their skills and expertise align with what the business needs. As well as obviously positive and negative impacts. A lot of the times when we talk about impact investing, we only think about the positive impact, but unfortunately there will always be negative impact. no matter the extent of it. But the thing is to really be aware of it and manage it well. So then to balance both the positive and negative impact. Obviously, we want a much higher level of positive impact and mitigate the negative impact to the least if we can. And then we'll move on to deal structuring. This is where we need to talk about how much are we putting in, how much percentage are we getting, and then do we have a board seat or not, and all of this dull stuff, dull but fun stuff. So that's how we structure the deal that is both fair to the investor and the founders themselves. So it's a win-win situation if possible. That's what we always strive towards when we are talking about the legal duty, black and white agreements. But at the end of the day, it's human and humans relationships too. We want to keep that on par, the black and white and the gray of the human's nature. And then once we have put in the money, signed the contracts, we will add value in in different aspects. Like if they are fundraising, if they are asking seed money from us, then they will most likely move to Series A or Pre-A. So that's where we will connect them to different friends of ours within the industry. And then we will also, if they're hiring, we'll support them in hiring whoever that they need within their team and all of this. Usually how we do it is that they will have an ask list to us, and then we'll look at the ask list, what exactly are they asking for. Then we'll provide support accordingly, rather than just, oh, here's this, deal with it. But it's quite targeted in a sense because we know that company A needs a different thing from company B. So it's easier if they ask us specifically and then we support them in that specific manner than to just be everything, anything. Yes. And then obviously the exit is where we make money, hopefully. That's M&A and IPO. IPO, it's a bit fast stretch for now, but M&A, it's the most common way of exiting for most VCs in the region. But if we are thinking of impact itself, we kind of have a term called patient capital. So we do not need to write you all after 6 or 7 years. Unlike other VCs, we are okay to be a bit more patient because we know that impacts actually take a longer time to exhibit itself as compared to just any other company. So we do not have a cutoff date in that sense. Yeah. And if you are fundraising, just to get you familiar a bit about how we think, is that obviously does this align with my impact mandate? My impact mandate is obviously impact investing. So if your company is not impactful already, then it doesn't align naturally. So then I'll think, oh, okay, it fits into my portfolio. And then what's the business worth now and in the future? Is it futuristic enough? Is it forward thinking enough? So if you were to build a business now that it's more suitable for 10 years before, then may not have that great potential that we're looking at, because at the end of the day, we are investing into startups. I understand that this is more SME focused, but that's what we are for investing in startups, more of that. Is the business model viable? Do people actually want to pay for your products or services? A lot of the entrepreneurs that I've met are quite shock sendiri lah. I believe we all know the term shock sendiri, but really they need to get out there to test whether if people are willing to pay for it, will there be any customers there that have the demand for your products and services? Are you actually creating value? I think that's very important. Are you actually creating value through your business? If yes, then I think that's good. If no, then perhaps you need to pivot. Yeah. How strong is the founding team? I've mentioned that before. Does this meet my required ROI? Will you be able to grow X amount of times? Doesn't have to be unicorn. That's kind of history for the VC space. People are now talking about rhinoceros, I don't know, camels. There's so many animal terminologies of the type of companies there are out there. Unicorns is the one that is above 1B. But really different investors are looking different types of companies that they would invest in, understand them, and then you will be in a better place. How risky is it? What is the potential of an exit? Is the impact scalable? Will mission drift be possible? Mission drift, it's one of our concern as well, because sometimes when you start small, we invest in the earlier stages. So then mission drift is possible when other traditional venture capitalists come into the picture and then they say, for example, I want to change the whole management team. And because the new management team might not have impact in their mind, So that's when the business may mission drift. So, which is why the previous business model that I've mentioned just now is my favorite, because that prevents any sort of mission drift, because it's already your business in itself. And then I think the next slide basically just says that while the investors pick you, you obviously have to pick us first. It takes two hands to clap. So at the end of the day, it's about partnerships and relationship of the investor and the investees. A lot of people think, oh, well, investors, they have the money, so I should basically do what they say and whatnot. But really, you are the one who understands your business the most and where you want to do the business and who is within your team member to be able to support you through it. So know who your investors are and what they do, what kind of value they can add to your company. Ask for introductions of the previous founders that they have supported previously as well. This is your duty. While we do duty on you, you should do duty on us as well. Like I said, it's partnership. It's a win-win situation at the end of the day. So this is the last slide. So I guess again, although acknowledging that most of you are from the SME background, this is more a life cycle of a startup per se, or a business. So usually you go through the research phases and then you apply your research and then you go through the proof of concept until you get like a product market fit. So basically what this chart is saying that you will go through ups and downs and you will need different kind of support system or different types of funding at different stages of your business. So when you're first starting out, a lot of you probably use your own savings or ask money from your friends and family. Could you borrow me a bit? Or could you be my shareholder, whatnot? So that's when you're starting out, whereas when you're still starting your testing your business idea, trying to find that product market fit, getting your earlier customers. And then maybe once you have that validation, then you move on to venture capitalists, people like us who support you on the earlier stages. That's where the seed stage and the pre-A stage. And then you slowly move to Series A. That's when you already have a product market fit and you're ready to grow. And then you slowly move on to the Series B, C, D, E, and then eventually whatever that is, M&A or IPO. So you need to understand, kind of have the whole picture of what the life cycle is like, what type of support you will need when. Funding is obviously part of it, but you will imagine, oh, okay, maybe Magic offer this incubator right now, so I should join that at the earlier stages. Or when I'm at a Series B, oh, I'm a bit stuck, I don't know how to grow. You might want to engage with a different ecosystem player to support you in that journey as well. So kind of map out your journey in that sense to know who to ask money from when, who to ask support for when as well. Yeah, that's going to help you in kind of growing and building your business as well. So I guess that's the end of the presentation. I'm in time, thank God. So yes, that's me. Let me just stop sharing. Okay.
Thank you, Jian Lee. Yes, very exciting to know that, in front of the venture capital group, you have a lot of ways on how to select your kind of clients. And it's not an easy thing to reject clients, especially when
it's the worst. I hate rejecting. Yeah.
Yes, everybody feels so hard. It's heartbreaking when you have to let go some of the good things that you believe in the project. But as you say, funding is not just one man decision. It's a lot of the group decision also in terms of how they evaluate the project, the product, the technology, the future, the customers, and the price.
Yes.
A lot of it is all respect to the price. Would customer pay? These are all the elements about how do you get back the payment, the values as what we believe it supposed to be. Yeah. So I have two questions coming in. Yeah. For you. Yeah, as we know, when you talk about business model and you talk about integrating standard operating procedures with sustainability, this is where SUSNET is quite familiar with this element of integrating sustainability into business model or integrating sustainability into the standard operating procedures. Yeah, this is where we have been actively involved in making sure when someone talk about sustainability impact, that business model has got to be embraced and being the driver of change. Yeah, because if not, people will just look at the 3P, product, process, profit, while we are trying to make sure that product, process, people, planet, prosperity, that is the sustainability formula that we want to ensure it is complete enough for us to declare or verify the success. Now, when we talk about the integration element, the question that is being asked here, as it was put on the board, is the most reported challenges faced by social entrepreneurs include difficulty in accessing fund, as because sometimes people sought the venture capital way as those are the easiest negotiations. Yeah? But the absence of legal framework and the shortage of suitable support structure for social enterprise. Plus the lack of training. What does a social enterprise credibility is? Yeah. So all these things need a lot of collaborative effort and facilitation from various parties to make the social entrepreneur grow and create a positive impact. So what would be your advice at the stage where a lot of things are still loosely held and not blended yet? So how can we make the success story of social enterprises, social entrepreneurs, and the companies that you are looking for be effective?
The companies itself or the people who will be supporting them?
The people inside the company or the company that is bringing the project. So on and on, both.
Okay. I guess for the company people themselves, the social enterprises themselves, they will just have to get out there and talk to as many people as they can. It's although we are quite we have quite a support system for social entrepreneurs, but there are actually a lot of, so to say, different criteria in which you can apply for different types of programs or funding. So for example, in Malaysia, we actually separate social enterprise as compared to a different typical enterprise. In some countries, they don't differentiate social enterprise as a different category as compared to enterprises. So in Malaysia, so if you are the entrepreneur, you can think of on both sides, because that's how the country has actually implemented the whole social enterprise accreditation. So there's a set of resources that is allocated to typical enterprises. It can be Cradle Fund, it can be equity crowdfunding platforms out there, it can be all the Teraju programs that you can join, or the MDEC programs, incubations program that you can join. So there's a whole lot of things going on, but there's also a different type of resources that is allocated specifically for social enterprises. Say, for example, Magic is the most prominent one because they are kind of the only agency in Malaysia that deals with social enterprises. So then they have this thing called SIM grant, where if you were to raise the amount of grant, the government will match it with them as well. It's the same thing as the equity crowdfunding scheme, but it's just for social enterprises. And then you have obviously a lot of incubator accelerators that are run by, say, for example, the most recent one, the Standard Chartered Bank. So a lot of banks is actually looking into social enterprises as well. I'm sure CIMB have mentioned just now. So actually, if you were to go out there to really do your research, talk to many people, you realize that there are actually resources out there for you to look into. And even if it's not suitable for you, say, for example, if you were to come to me, you say, this is what your business does, but unfortunately, I only invest in healthcare and education, and you are, say, for example, doing ocean health, which is a good cause, which is sustainable projects and an impactful startup, but it just doesn't align with me. But then perhaps then once you talk to me, I'll be like, oh, but I know this other person who is supporting Ocean Health Initiative. Then I can connect you to them instead. So I guess it's really just be shameless and talk to many different people out there to get what you need. Then that's where you learn that, well, as an entrepreneur, you should be resourceful in the way you utilize what's available to you and go after what's not available to you. So I guess that's the kind of mindset of the entrepreneurs. Whereas I guess the second part of the question is more collaborations and partnerships. I think this is more ecosystem thinking, systemic change thinking. So we will need to remember the life cycle that I mentioned. Different players play different roles and responsibility at different points of the life cycle of business. So I guess the people who are within the ecosystem should really sit together. This is the life cycle, and where do I want to target? Where do I want to contribute in that sense too? Yeah.
Thank you so much. You are so resourceful. You have so much to openly say it out. Things that is a true fact. The problem. Yeah. So and how they should link up to many other communities that can also support their agenda. Yeah. Jenny, I definitely will find one day or another to come and see you, because I think there's always this lack of understanding about how funding is done or financing is done. My first involvement of setting up Malaysia Debt Ventures, it was already a new thing that the financial institute were not willing to take on, because there was no collateral and we are funding technology-oriented projects, which is all intellectual property. So we brave ourselves through, because we know the industry need the new norm. So this is what I believe all the people that we have brought in, they are sharing something which it's all about collaboration. It's all about partnership. It's all about sharing and introducing who best match the business model for what type of financing, because it is just not one type of financing. Yeah.
Correct.
So I thank you for your time today, and I'm sure we're going to be in connect together again for another series of talks, because financing is something very lively, and it is something that it's not meant just for this session, but also for the other things that we need to know. And we have to always keep on communicating what's the rule, what's the law, what's the agenda, and so on and so on. Yeah.
Correct.
So I thank you for a lovely session, Jen Lee.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I have to move to my last speaker. Last but not least, our lovable Elaine Lokman. Yeah. Elaine is not somebody that just a simple lady, as everybody knows it, as the co-founder and director of Atta Plus. She has been one of the leading drivers during my early days at Multimedia Development Corporation. She has been also one of the leading ladies in the setup of Malaysia Debt Ventures. She has been involved in big corporations, big companies such as DG and Packet One. Elaine has been a board member for the Reservoir Link Berhad, also the board of Western Union Payment Malaysia, and now she is the president of the Registered Digital Markets Association Malaysia. So unbelievable. Elaine is moving higher and higher, and because of that, she has been recognized as the Berk 2019 Woman Icon of Malaysia. So she is definitely the lady who has achieved so much, and her leadership in fintech gives her the right kind of recognition, where she also earned what they call recognition in Digital News Asia, and also with the badge of Digirati 50. So Elaine has so much of abundance of knowledge. Ever since I know her, and now she is still bubbly, lovely, and also very sexy. And without doubt, Elaine has always been the wonderful person who has so much of a community at large, and so much of a golden heart, I will call that. Yeah. So without further ado, I pass over to Elaine. I'm so looking forward to hear from you again, Elaine. All to you.
Thanks, Doc, for the introduction. I feel so thankful, for the recognition. Thank you. Like, malu lah. Not used to accolades. Anyway, thank you very much for the intro, Dr. No. Thank you for Susnet for inviting me today to actually present to you my topic, which is alternative financing for sustainable businesses. I think like Jian talked about earlier, I think she spoke about more on the impact investing perspective from the angle of a venture capital company, right? Firms. But I am going to speak about more on other ways of fundraising. So, and this is, and crowdfunding is not something new. And I think I'll just, so that, people or businesses out there can actually look at alternatives way of fundraising and not just lock their mindset into, oh, do I just go to banks or do I just go, do I have only VCs to go to, and what kind of funding? Is it just grants and so on, yeah? So let me start my presentation. Okay, so can we go on to the next slide, please? Next. Can I actually manage my own slide? I can't, right? Okay. Okay, next. Next. Okay, so I'll just give a quick intro on crowdfunding. So crowdfunding is not actually a new phenomenon, right? Because I think years ago, before even you understand the word crowdfunding, it has been done before. It's just that, we actually only communicate, business ideas or even kind of like good causes that we want our community to support. It's only through people that we know. And typically it's just our friends, our family, or even people who's, within the community, whether it's our kampong or our school friends and so on and so forth. But I think of late, if you look at in the last 10 years, with the advent of the internet, especially web-based applications and social digital media platforms, as well as especially, I would say, the advancement in mobile technologies, the concept of crowdfunding has actually, moved to a different stratosphere altogether. Yeah. So you are now able to actually reach out to people that you don't even know, right? And it can be across the globe, right? Yeah. And the concept is very simple. You pitch your idea or the purpose, whether it's business or specific causes. And if people resonate, yeah, if the crowd resonate with what you're pitching, what you're proposing to them, they will then support you, right? Whether be it money or in kind, products and services. So you've got two types, whether it's crowd funds or crowdsourcing of goods and services, right? So when you look at crowdfunding, there's 4 types of crowdfunding. There's typically, if you see on the top left-hand quadrant and the bottom left-hand quadrant, you have donation crowdfunding, and these are, I would say, non-monetary returns kind of crowdfunding channels or types. Yeah, so in terms of donation crowdfunding, you support specific causes, then these are typically charitable causes or personal causes, whereby you do not get sorry, can I get back the slide, please? Can you see the slide?
I'll get back the slides. Yeah.
Okay, anyway, let me go on. Right, so, and so you talk about, I spoke about donation, and then there's reward crowdfunding. Now, reward crowdfunding is normally, the people out there, if you use reward crowdfunding, is mainly for, I would say, people who want to come up with prototypes. Yeah, and the most, I would say, successful or well-known reward crowdfunding platform out there is Kickstarter. Another one is Indiegogo. So you see, there's a lot of products and services whereby you want to own that product. Then you say, okay, is typically maybe $100 or $50, and they have a limit of products that they want to produce, and you will be the first to receive that product, right? So so how this thing evolved to equity crowdfunding, for example, is that years ago, when some of these companies were successfully funded through Kickstarter, through reward crowdfunding, they eventually became very successful businesses, and then they went on to, go for listing or had a very successful M&A exercise whereby the company actually created a lot of value for the shareholders. So those earlier supporters, right, of these companies felt, well, it would be nice. I think would have been great if I was given some shares of the company. So that actually evolved to equity crowdfunding. And also P2P crowdfunding is very straightforward. It's really debt financing, yeah? And there's two types of debt financing. It can be either for business or for person, P2P or personal financing. In equity, crowdfunding is very clear for the funds or the amount that the crowd actually contributes to the company. They get a share they get equity shares of the business. So in most jurisdictions, equity and debt crowdfunding or P2P crowdfunding are regulated in the various jurisdictions. And typically for P2P and debt crowdfunding is regulated by the central bank, and equity crowdfunding is regulated by the Securities Commission. In Malaysia, it's pretty unique. Both equity and debt crowdfunding, they are both regulated by the Securities Commission of Malaysia. Can I have the next slide, please? So people always ask, what's in it for the business owner, right? By the way, whoever's managing the slide, can you just put a view as a slide? Can you go to the view? Yeah. Oh, you don't have it.
Yeah, Elaine, Mazni is managing the slides. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you can't show slide. Mazni, you can't show slide, is it? Okay. There's no slide show, Mazni. Okay, never mind. It's okay. So typically, when you look at what's in it for the project owners, so most of the time for project owners, right, it's not just about money. Obviously, the priority is money, but we have had cases whereby there are people who recognize the fact that when you go on a crowdfunding fundraising strategy, another big value that you get out of it is really the visibility of your business and your brand. Yeah, so that is really a big value add to a company. So we have found in our past crowdfunding campaigns whereby companies actually close big deals. They got like really massive contracts and even found strategic partners to grow their business over and above the fundraising exercise. Yeah. So as for the investors or the backers, the main thing is really they want to invest in companies that can give them potentially good returns. Yeah. And when you talk about returns, right, it's not just like, 5%, 10%. You're talking about is in terms of massive, enormous returns. I will give you the examples as we go along the presentation. Yeah. Over and above that, it also when we talk about sustainable businesses. Now, this is a bit different, whereby companies would or investors would want to invest in companies that they believe in, companies that can give impact. Yeah, and so on. All right. So I think when you look at people who invest in, I would say, impactful businesses or social enterprises, right? So these investors, they are looking for more than just monetary returns, and they want to actually contribute to the causes, right, through the business that they invest in. Okay, so next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think I don't have to run through this. So we've talked about this earlier about, what's available out there. Obviously, when you talk about, Masni, can you go to the slide before? Okay, so, when you look at what's available out there for businesses, so you can actually raise funds through friends and family, through grants, leasing, factoring, to normal FIs, right? And then next, through money lenders, through venture capital. Mazni, next slide, please. Through money lenders, through VCs, and through listing, all right? But the question is, what is your fundraising strategy? So when we meet companies, right, we always tell companies, you must look at your business strategy, and your fundraising strategy should coincide with your, should be part of your business strategy. And we find that in the early days of crowdfunding, companies who come to us, they always take it as a last resort. Oh, I can't fundraise anywhere, let's go to crowdfunding, because they think it's easy. They think, okay, I'll launch my campaign on a crowdfunding platform, and suddenly the money just appears from nowhere and I get my money. So it doesn't happen that way. Actually, there's a lot of strategy that goes behind a crowdfunding campaign, and also a lot of marketing and timing, and the issuers or businesses have to work actually very hard to fundraise. Why you work with an equity crowdfunding campaign platform is that it gives you the legitimacy to actually fundraise openly from the public. So it's like your company going through an IPO, but for SMEs. Yeah. So next, please. So as I go on, I just want to give you a little bit of overview of how ECF or equity crowdfunding has evolved in Malaysia and the status right now. Next slide, please. So in Malaysia, right, it started out in 2014, and over the years, the journey has been quite amazing, and the impact has been quite significant, yeah, for the industry. So after various consultation papers being issued by Securities Commission, so in June 2015, Securities Commission actually appointed 6 equity crowdfunding operators, including Ataplas, to be given the approval to operate an equity crowdfunding platform. And to date, as of, sorry, the date is a bit wrong there. So as at September 2020, actually these are numbers as at 30th September. For equity crowdfunding, we have supported about close to 120 equity crowdfunding campaigns and raised close to 130 million ringgit worth of investments for businesses. And obviously for P2P, it's really, really big. Yeah, 13,000 over campaigns, and slightly over 920 million. So close, I think now I would say is close to $1 billion ringgit. Yeah, that's been raised for P2P. Okay, next slide, please. So in terms of regulation, so what kind of companies are eligible? And this is regardless whether you are an impact business, whether you're a social enterprise, it doesn't matter. But these are the compliance requirements that you need to fulfill as part of the Securities Commission guidelines. First and foremost, the company must be a locally incorporated business with SSM. It must either be a Sendirian Berhad company or LLP or PLT company. Yeah, that's number one. Number two, the company cannot be a subsidiary of a public listed company. Thirdly, the paid up share capital cannot be more than 10 million ringgit. Yeah, and you must have at least a 3-year business plan with a corresponding 3-year financial projections. Yeah, complete P&L, balance sheet, and cash flow. Right, and cannot be a company that's exempt private companies. Yeah, cannot be an EPC company. All right. Now, the company cannot be like, for example, you raise funds because you want to invest in other companies or other businesses. Unless you are a licensed venture capital company, you can, but otherwise it's prohibited. Okay. So, and the fundraising limit, okay, fundraising limit, you can fundraise, the business can fundraise up to a maximum of 10 million ringgit. Okay, and there's no annual limit to that. All right. Next slide. So who can invest, in equity crowdfunding? So anyone can invest, anyone, be it Malaysian or international, or foreigners, anyone out there can invest. Malaysia, I think Securities Commission made it very broad and very liberal in terms of the investment side, except for, companies or individuals or companies who are within the sanctioned countries. Okay, sanctioned countries. Who are the sanctioned countries? These are from North Korea, from Iran, and from Israel. Okay, these are the 3 sanctioned countries, and typically whenever people invest, the investors, Atta Plus will actually do the KYC and AMLA checks on the individuals. Yeah. So, but so far, tak adalah. You know, we didn't have a problem, maybe except for one who's an Iranian residing here. You know, typically what they do is they will invest through their spouse or their friends or their company. Yeah. Okay. So the limits, there's no restriction for sophisticated investors. So what do we mean by sophisticated investors? So these are, we use the guideline by the Capital Market Services Act, whereby you are deemed as high net worth if your net, joint assets is minimum at least 3 million ringgit, okay, annual, all right? And angel investors can invest only up to a maximum of 500,000 in a year, and retail investors up to 5,000 in a company, and not more than 50,000 in a year. Now, I just would like to highlight here, if you want to invest more than 5,000, you just self-declare that you are sophisticated, and then you can invest, right? So next slide. And the government of Malaysia is very, very supportive of equity crowdfunding, so much so that for the last 3 budgets, budget 2019, 2020, and even 2021, the government has put aside a fund whereby it's called Malaysia Co-Investment Fund, or MySIF, to co-invest with the crowd. So what does MySIF do? For every 4 ringgit the crowd invests, the government will match with 1 ringgit, yeah, up to 500,000 ringgit per company, right? So this is available, and for the last 2 years, the government has supported, not yet, Masni, go back. We're still at MySIF, yeah. The government has supported with 100 million budget, and for the coming year, budget 2021, they've approved 30 million, all right? Now, what's interesting also for budget 2021, the government has actually approved 50% tax relief for individuals who invest in any equity crowdfunding campaign capped at 50,000 ringgit. Okay. Now, this tax relief incentive is available for investments from 1st January 2021 up to 31st December 2023. The details of it we have yet to know. We are still waiting for SC, Securities Commission, to be briefed by MOF as well as LHDN, right? Okay, next. So next, please. So in terms of what kind of investors, okay, have invested and how much have they invested? So if you look at the investment, is quite interesting. The smallest investment that we have received to date in Malaysia is 10 ringgit. And the largest has been 1 million for an individual, a Malaysian, yeah? For foreigners, the smallest we have accepted or received is 100 ringgit investment, and the largest close to 700,000 ringgit, yeah? And if you look at the breakdown, majority are retail investors, but obviously when you look at the investment amount, sophisticated investors will invest a lot bigger sum compared to retail, yeah? And next slide, please. In terms of the demographics, majority are still male driven, yeah. So we hope we're looking at more. We hope more women would continue to invest. And what we observe is that women tend to invest in women kind of like businesses. And we also observe that majority of the investors tend to be millennials. Right, they like this kind of, or if you look at Gen Z, Gen Y, they like this kind of investment product, yeah. But we find that baby boomers, the number is actually increasing. Okay, and next slide. In terms of geographical location, it is pretty common for the locals to support local companies. So this is no surprise. So 95% of the investors tend to be from Malaysia, and the rest are overseas investors. Okay, next slide. So what I want to share right now is some examples of successful campaigns that supported, okay? And these campaigns are aligned with our theme for today, right? And next slide. I picked out campaigns that's specific to sustainable kind of theme, right? So, so far in the history of ADA Plus, we've supported 3 successful businesses because in ADA Plus we accept all sorts of businesses, yeah, except for businesses that's non-halal. So if you look at Purely Bee, Borneo Waste, as well as JM Newton Energy, so these are companies that has a sustainable theme. So like Purely Bee, the business is all centered around holistic, organic product and services, well-being, yeah. So that's the angle of their business, whereas Borneo Waste is on what you call giving clean energy, having a integrated waste management facility, yeah, that can actually process all sorts of waste. And for JM Newton, they are a provider of energy management, a solution for big facilities, yeah, to better manage their their energy management, yeah. So if you look at how much they've raised, and you look at the number of investors that has come in, is quite varied. For Purely Bee, because they had a very strong community, yeah, and their minimum investment, if I'm not mistaken, was about 545 ringgit, if I'm not mistaken, the minimum entry. So they had over 100 investors, and they raised 1.8 million. And Borneo Waste raised about 750,000 ringgit. And they had one of the largest, one of the main investors, which also became their strategic technology partner, came from Germany. And JM Newton is a female-driven company, and they actually received quite a big investment from Hong Kong, from a lady, yeah, close to 670,000 ringgit. Okay, next slide, please. Now, here I just want to highlight campaigns, global campaigns, right, that has successfully crowdfunded. If you look at the first one that I'm featuring, is a company that has fundraised on Crowdcube. Yeah, this is a very recycled focus, and if you look at what they have done, right? And they have done 5 rounds of crowdfunding, and they've raised a total of £8.7 million. They've done 3 rounds with Syndicate Group, yeah. From 2015, they did another one in 2016, they did another one in 2017, and the most recent one that they did was way in the end of December 2018. They did actually 2 rounds in 2018 itself with Crowdcube. Now, for those who are not familiar, Crowdcube is one of the most successful crowdfunding platforms in the UK, and I would say in the world. Okay, and next slide, please. And this is also a very interesting company. So this company is actually a company that custom made food, yeah, and it's all vegan, right? And if you look at their achievements, right, the highlights of, so what they did was in their campaign, they highlighted their key achievements in terms of their growth, yeah. And if you look at vegan is, you get a lot of people now going vegan. So the timing is also right. I think if this company had looked at crowdfunding maybe 5 years back, they may not have been successful, right? So the few key things to note, right? Timing is very key. If you look at the way they've, look at the points, the 3 points that I have highlighted down there, the way they're structured is all about strategy, right? So the timing of their campaign, they did it well, yeah. So they launched what they call Veganuary, yeah. So campaign to go vegan for the month of January, and they also did a great job with sending positive messages to non-vegan investors, because at the end of the day, it's not just, you don't just approach your vegan community, but if you look at the end of the day, it's still a business. So you need to emphasize on your business model, because on the contrary of what people think, whether it's social enterprise, whether you position as impact business, it is still a business. There's no point in creating a business if it doesn't make money, right? But the only difference is for sustainable, I would say, businesses is that you also have created an impact. You have an impact mission, right? Together with your driving the profitability of the business. All right. Okay. So next slide, please. So these are just other numerous successful crowdfunding campaigns. You know, if you want to refer. So I believe Susnet will share the slides with everyone, so you can actually take a look at all the different successful campaigns, and you can actually get inspiration on how each of them, you know, did it for the various different type of businesses. Yeah, it's not just about recycling. It's about, you know, even an accelerator has, you know, has raised funds. You look at, you know, sustainable tissue, you know, seaweed, and fishing, and so on and so forth, right? Okay. Next slide, please. Now, I also want to highlight some notable exits, you know. So we want to tell people that, look, you know, it doesn't mean that crowdfunding can't give good returns to investors. It can give fantastic returns over and above making an impact to the world, right? So next slide. So and these are the next three companies that I'm going to feature are Malaysian companies. Yeah, and interestingly, these are the first three businesses that exited, the three first ECF companies that gave an exit to their investors. So I'm proud to say that Scholar Fund, you know, they fundraised on Atta Plus, and before they met us, and Scholar Fund received a lot of awards, right? Because what they do is they actually crowdfund for underserved students, and these are students, university students who have placements at university, but they can't afford to pay their university fees, right? And they didn't get PTPTN, for example. Yeah. So this is what Scholar Fund did, and Scholar Fund actually raised funds from over 20 investors, right? They raised over 300,000 ringgit. And prior to meeting Atta Plus, they were trying to raise funds over 12 months, and they talked to more than 100 angels and VCs, and all failed. They got zero money. Okay. So when they came to us, we said to them, you know why? Because VCs and angel investors generally, their driving force or their driving factor is profitability, right? With Scholar Fund, it is a balance of profitability and impact agenda. So they couldn't see that, right? So it didn't resonate with them. It was totally misaligned. So we told them that, you know, you would be better off, you know, probably trying out equity crowdfunding. And true enough, they were successful, and it was a very nice campaign. The smallest, this is where the smallest investment came in, 10 ringgit, and up to 50,000 ringgit. So they had three 50,000 ringgit investors. They had investors who put in 30,000, 10,000, 200, 300, 5,000, 3,000, 10,000. So it was a very, very nice spread of crowdfunding. Yeah. And what happened was they were 100% acquired by a bigger impact business. Yeah. And from an impact company based out of Indonesia. So all the investors got 10% return. So, which was great, you know, so you get return, but at the same time, you know, look at the impact that they created, you know, for the community. So how many students they helped, you know, close to 600 students, over, you know, close to 16,500 campaigns, and they even crowdsourced for medical aid as well. Yeah. So this is the kind of impact. So next, please. So next is a company called MyCash Online. Now, MyCash Online is a company that is actually helping more of the, I would say, community of what do you call it, foreign workers in various countries to be able to transfer money back to their home country in a most cost-effective way and most practical way. Yeah. So it was started out by Bangladesh national, and he studied in Malaysia, and he actually created the startup, and they've done really, really well. And they actually offered, because 500 startup offered to buy out their equity crowdfunding investors. And but however, not all the investors, they gave actually over close to 50% returns in 2 years, which is really good. But a lot of the investors stayed back, because they want to actually cash out later when the company really grows much, much bigger. All right. So next one is a company called Green Lagoon. Next slide, please. Okay, Green Lagoon is a company that's into renewable energy, and they also, after 2 years, provided 100% return to their crowdfunded investors. And on top of that, giving out dividends, but majority of the investors wanted to stay on, and they have aspiration to go listing as well. So what I want to tell here is that, communicate here, a lot of the investors want to stay on because they want to get the bigger returns, okay? And that's where I want to go on next. So I'm going to share with you on some very, very big global exits. And these are the kind of returns that the equity crowdfunding investors stand to gain, So you look at SelectZero. SelectZero is a company that fundraised close to £700,000 on Crowdcube. And I would like to highlight here, the smallest fundraising amount that they accepted was £7. Okay, £7. So that's the beauty of crowdfunding. That means anyone can invest, right? So they provided an exit for the investors in 2017, whereby each of the crowdfunding investors, had an option to sell their shares. So only 18% of the investors took up, and all of them made 270% returns, on their investment, 27 times. All right, okay. Another company, next one, Beyond Meat. So this is a company, all right, that actually develop alternative meat products. Right, for people who have gone vegan, but they still want to taste the meat, but they don't eat meat. All right. So I mean, sometimes I don't understand. You might as well. Then why go vegan, right? But interestingly, right. So this company actually did an IPO. Went IPO. 6 months after the campaign. Okay, and 6 months. Can you imagine? Yeah. They actually gave humongous returns. When they got listed on Nasdaq on a valuation of $1.5 billion US. Okay, so and even over and above that, their target was 1.5 billion, but when they got listed, their listing market cap at that time was 3.8 billion. Yeah, so it gave massive returns to investors. So these are the kind of investments. So that's why when we talk about equity crowdfunding investing, you need to, if you're an investor, you actually spread your investments. But as an issuer, you know what the story you need to tell is that, give that confidence to investors of the potential of your business and a clear exit strategy for them. All right. So next slide. The next section, I'm going to talk about the key success factors, right? So there's no one size fits all. Right? It is a multitude of a combination of different elements, factors, to make your crowdfunding successful. The first one is, next slide, is market traction. So market traction is important because, and people always ask me, does market traction equate to sales? Not necessarily. Right? It really depends on your business. If you look at, I'll give a simple example that you can connect with. Look at Google or even Facebook, right? When they were doing their fundraising rounds, none of them had revenues really. So their strategy was different. It really depends on your business strategy. So which is why I always go back to your strategy. So their strategy was to acquire as many members as possible, as many users, and and through their users, then they monetize, and they need their users to stick, right? So it does not have to be sales. So it could be that you secured contracts, or you've got an IP already, or patent, and you can monetize in future. So it really depends on the business. Okay, next slide. The next is the actual offer, the investment offer. How do you design your offer, your valuation? So valuation is very important also, because for example, if you're just a 12-month-old company, a 1-year-old company, suddenly your valuation is 100 million. You must be able to defend why is your valuation 100 million vis-a-vis 2 million or 10 million or 50 million. So that is important, right? So there's 7 types of valuation methodologies out there that you can adopt, and you need to look at which one that suits you. And valuation is also a mix of science as well as an art. So you need to have some science into it, but you can also add the art into it, right? And how do you structure your offer? If you want to get more crowd to come in, so it is best not to put up a too high entry point. So if your entry point is 10,000 ringgit, you totally eliminate the retail investors, because retail investors maximum is 5,000. And if you want more retail, maybe you can say, oh, it could be 2,000 or 10 ringgit or 200 or 300. It depends on your strategy, right? And you can even bundle rewards, yeah, products and services and so on. And a clear exit is always attractive, because at least the investors know where you are heading and how you plan to do it. Yeah. Okay, next slide. And marketing is important. Once you have all that, having a good marketing strategy, how do you plan to market and promote your campaign? Is it through PR? Is it through digital social media? Or do you want to print flyers and give it out at high traffic locations? Or do you want to actually do a lot of pitching sessions? So all that. And for us is we typically also would work closely with the business owner or the business that's fundraising, so that we coincide and we complement their marketing plans as well. Yeah. Next slide. If you have a community, if you have a community, it is always a plus point, because typically your community would want to support your business. Yeah. And if you tell your community, look, hey, if you grow with us, you believe in our business, grow with us, and it is not that expensive. But if you want to put it more, that's great as well, right? So always engage with your community, and this is also a good story to tell. So typically we always advise issuers that engage your community early, get them to feel special, and you give them special offers like like what we always say, early bird deals, right? And only they can access to these early bird deals because they are your loyal community members. Okay, next slide. And the other thing is your team. Okay, your team is important. We also find that there's some, especially startup companies, because the majority of our companies tend to be startup businesses. So we tend to see a lot of young people as a team. So we always advise them, if you could bring in more seasoned advisors to be part of the team, is very good. Okay, so it gives like comfort level or also to the investors that, hey, they're not driving the business blindly, but they actually can speak to coaches or advisors if they don't know what to do. Yeah, but having a team with the right skill sets and experience is always awesome. Okay, and next, last but not least, is the commitment, to the campaign. Okay, fundraising is not easy. All right, you must always have at least one person dedicated to the campaign, focus on fundraising. Yeah, because it takes a lot of time and effort, and you can't just say, oh, I'm just leaving it on the platform. So it doesn't work that way. Okay. Next section is just a little bit on our company before I end. Next slide. Next slide. So like I mentioned earlier, Atta Plus was actually given the approval by Securities Commission in June 2015. If you see the three people there, that's me in the middle. Those are the three co-founders of the company. And we truly believe in actually giving our core tenets really about financial inclusion. So we want to be able to support businesses, but also to be able to offering products and services whereby anybody can actually participate in. Yeah. And if you look at one of the things that we look at is companies or even product services that can provide positive and magnify the social and economic outcomes. Yeah. Next slide. And we tend to focus on amalgamation of finance, technology, and social. That's if you look at the kind of content that we do, even the way we deliver our products and services, it always amalgamates within these three core tenets. Yeah. Next slide. We have been recognized as the most trusted fintech solution provider, in the Asia Pacific for 2020, which is something that we're very proud of. And next slide. And what we're also very proud of is that in July this year, a strategic investor took a position in our company, and they are a NASDAQ listed company. They took a 15% strategic position in Atta Plus, whereby we are looking at regional and global growth. Yeah. Next slide. And lastly, this is our team. So apart from the co-founders, I would like to highlight our chairman. We're very, very honored to have Tan Sri Samad Alias as our chairman. And he's a very well known and credible individual in the country. He's one of the co-founders of Ernst & Young Malaysia. He was the chairman of MAFCAP, Cradle, and also chairman of PIDM, or subsidiary of Bank Negara Malaysia. And still very active helping out, supporting Ministry of Finance in some new appointments that he had to take up, so he came out of retirement. Anyway, so that's all for me today. And last slide, Mazni. If you need to engage with me, that's my email, and do look us up on our website and also our social media platforms. Thank you very much. And I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. You're such a full of wealth, I would say, when it comes to crowdfunding, and your passion regarding how you want to help others, I think says it all. You are as passionate as ever that I know you. And now that your journey towards bringing more investors and financiers coming into equity crowdfunding, I think that's create a big brand regarding what equity crowdfunding is. I think you have lead the way. You have going to lead Asia. You're going to lead many other successful equity crowdfunding model. The model that probably it was never being created before. So the school of thoughts that most of us always believe that as an SME, now there's so many available funds that is supporting the SMEs, and there are menus of different type of alternative financing other than the bank, other than incentive, other than the grants, and all those venture impact investments. I'm sure Atta Plus, being one of the trusted financial institution for the government, for the community, for the public, for the NGOs, and all those social and entrepreneurs. Yeah. The KPI that you have been given the task to bring the SME to be part of this sustainability journey, what kind of KPI does Atta Plus have to ensure that we can have also this collaborative movement, that we can support not only the equity crowdfunding movement, but also the sustainability movement towards making this world a better place?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, for us, it's this word sustainability, right? I think should apply to all businesses. all businesses need to be sustainable. Okay, so that's the core things, and for us it's we always when we look at businesses, right, especially when companies approach us, even in our application form, right, there's always a section at the bottom, before they close the application form. We always ask them, does your business provide impact, to the community in whatever way? So we always, and the company does not have to be a green company per se. For example, if you look at our company, right, Ataplas Cell, I would say we can also fulfill one of the SDGs of UN because we provide financial inclusion, right? We are a platform that actually allows anyone and everyone to be able to fundraise if they meet the compliance requirements of the regulator. Yeah. So we are giving an access to funding, right? So in terms of like the KPIs, I would say it's always in our DNA, to deliver that. Very, very important. Yeah. And I always like to say this, I would say Ataplas is a company with a soul. It's not just about, yes, it's important to drive profitability, but the impact is also important for us, and specifically for me, like you rightfully said, Dr. No, how can I support, right? How can the company support SMEs? How can the company support even the simple man on the street? SMEs is one thing, but what I would like to think is that if you look at the pandemic now, right? So, and also being the president of the P2P and ECF, right? So when COVID-19 happened, through Ataplas, we actually proposed to the government, look, Mr. Government, the MySafe Fund, right? The co-investment fund, the matching of 4 to 1, can you make it a bit more aggressive? Because we believe that now businesses need more money more than ever, because a lot of businesses are going to Bungkus and Lingkok, and we were not even sure whether people would still invest, Yeah, people may just like hang on to the monies like tightly, right? So we submitted the proposal through the association, and alhamdulillah, God willing, the government actually listened to us and made the matching more aggressive, So I think, and even what we mentioned to you about, getting the tax incentive for the investors, we worked for 3 years. Every year we resubmit. Finally, this year they approve. Okay, so we're always driving towards that, right? How can we not only look at making our industry more, to flourish our industry, make it more vibrant, but at the end of the day, vibrant for what, right? Vibrant actually is only vibrant if we can support more and more SMEs. It's actually hand in hand. You cannot decouple it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Elaine, you said it all and you nailed it. The soul. Soul, yeah. Because when we talk about Sharia compliance, when we talk about creating an impact, it has to be internally driven. Yeah, this is where we're talking about leadership, sustainability leadership. Yeah, and this is what we are all here today. The fact that we have all come to a common ground. I mean, I'm glad to say that right from the very beginning to the end of the session today, all the financial institutions, we are all in one team. We want to support all the operators, the service providers, the SMEs, yeah, be it public or private, that we need to be together to grow the economy. I think but what I like about it, that you would really drive it, is that there is no point that if we were to drive all these financial impact investments, if there is no believer in it. A believer is what drives the persons to answer to their reality. Why are we here to do this funding? And why are we here to do this project? And why are we here to support the community, the environment, and the most important thing, prosperity. We can't prosper if each and every one of us is only going to work in silos. So I think you nail it, Dane. I used to say your slide is the finale. You close the curtain with a very nice silver touch. I call it, yeah. So, but your success, it's beyond your imagination. I know, but when I don't think you knew what was coming when you started it. But as you rightly said, persistent and never give up. That is the spirit of the entrepreneur itself. And I think having that leadership and drive makes you the president of the association, which we directly need leaders like you to fight, to keep on giving our rights, to give more to the public, to the people who are in need, especially when there's a lot of crises, disasters, and whatever. Yeah. So you are the champion for financial institution, for alternative financing, peer-to-peer, equity crowdfunding, and the innovative financing, be it for blockchain or whatever. Yeah, the digital money that comes in. I'm so proud of you, Lane. As you can say, I wish I could talk to you more, and I know a lot of people would want to talk to you more, but everybody's giving me signals. The lunch time and everything, right? Okay, I have to go, and I have to bring you on board to another session. Inshallah, we will have another section with you because there's so much to share. Yeah? So I have to move on to another agenda, which is what a lot of people are waiting for. The announcement of the recipients of those who have successfully put forward their project boldly, bravely, and who have really come to a common understanding that sustainability, in fact, is what we assess. And if you have it, you get recognized. And that verification gives an honor. Yeah. So I would like to have the founder of Green Project Management Sustainability Award, Dr. Joel Carboni, to share his few words regarding what this whole Sustainability Award is about before I call the engineer Hisham to share the announcement. Yeah?
Greetings. I'm Joel Carboni, founder of GPM from the US. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all participants in this year's GPM Sustainable Project Management Awards. Since 2009, GPM has pioneered efforts to advance sustainable development in projects while advocating for a renewed focus on regenerative practices. We want to ensure a future where we can all not just survive, but thrive. Through our education and training, certifications, assessments, and of course awards, we continue to break barriers of traditional project management. Now, I'm going to go a little bit off topic and unveil for you something new. This is our new branding. So you'll be the first audience to be able to see this. Since 2009, we've used a green leaf as our logo, and moving forward, we are standardizing on the planet. As you can see here, the leaf is still there, but subtle, and the three colors in our new logo are from the P5 standard. So the green is for environment, blue is for prosperity, and orange represents society. So we are very proud of this and our new direction, and it will be on the award certificates that you'll be receiving and make its way officially onto our websites and brochures and collateral and everything by 2021 in January. So again, our new logo. But back on topic now. So this has been, look, it's been a challenging year. Everyone on Earth has been impacted by an invisible adversary that has forced us out of our comfort zone and into a space where we ask the question, what's next? Well, the answer to that question is both simple and daunting, depending on how you approach it, that is. My favorite author is Leo Tolstoy. And in his book, The Faith of a Heretic, he wrote, "Free thinkers are those who are willing to use their minds without prejudice and without fearing to understand things that clash with their own customs, privileges, or beliefs." This state of mind is not common, but it is essential for right thinking. Leo Tolstoy. It is with this spirit of fearlessness and passion that we will write the next chapter. And when we do it, it will be one that meets the needs of all people. It will be one that safeguards our planet and creates economies that ensure everyone can participate. This next chapter is one that our free thinking and passionate project managers and teams are engaged in right now. And the project submissions for the GPM Awards embody exactly this. Globally this year, we have seen some incredible applications of the GPM standards in projects, in education, and there are standouts from all over the planet. The submissions from Malaysia were nothing short of outstanding. We had in total 37 projects from industry, 59 projects from polytechnics, and 50 projects from schools, and 45 STEM curriculum projects. To me, you are all winners and should be extremely proud of your work. Every step taken to advance sustainable development makes the world a better place. Your efforts are crucial to that objective. The projects coming from young people are especially inspiring. Today, with the population of 1.2 billion young people between the ages of 15 and 24, the largest youth population in human history, the potential for powerful, youth-driven change is unlimited. We live in a world that is more connected than at any time in history. As we have learned through this pandemic, the impact of a crisis in one country can easily ripple across the globe. That fact, laid bare in times of a worldwide health and economic crisis, is why global development led by innovative young people and young at heart is critical. So, to the participants, finalists, winners, organizers, assessors, and partners, I offer my deepest gratitude and congratulations for your passion to advance, and for those who are just beginning their journey in the awards program, the best of luck. To all of you watching, I look forward to seeing you all in person once we're able to travel again, and it's possible. And I hope you have a fantastic and wonderful end of the year as we look towards bringing in 2021 and a brighter future together. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. Oh, great. That's been a wonderful message from the chairman of GPM Awards itself. Now I'd like to bring our chairman of GPM Awards for Malaysia, engineer, technical specialist, Nur Hisham Yahya, who has patiently waited to give this announcement. So with that, I pass over to Engineer Hisham.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everybody. I'm quite pleased that we have close to 100 participants who have waited patiently from early morning today, and also view and also listen to the very well presented presentation. And this is something that you, as the founder of the project, can look forward how to move your project to the next phase. So ladies and gentlemen, so the time has come for me to actually announce on who are the recipients for the Malaysian Green Project Management Recognition Award 2020. It's quite simple being a chairman because the hard work is basically been done by all of you. You've actually prepared your projects for submission, as well as the list of the panel assessors who diligently have viewed your project to look for the recognition. Before that, let me share some info regarding the difference between Green Project Management Award and Green Project Management Recognition Award. Green Project Management Award is a recognized international award issued by GPM Global USA. In 2015, this award was brought into Malaysia and was launched as Malaysia GPM Award. There are three categories in this award. First, Project of the Year Award. Second, Accessibility Leadership Award. And third, Fundamental Award. All these awards are competency-based awards. In other words, the project owner of the project manager for the project must be a certified green project manager. In 2017, SUSNET was given a strategic partner badge from GPM Global to lead the Malaysia GPM Award. In 2018, SUSNET again conduct many of workshop and assessment on projects and to qualify them for the Malaysia GPM Award. Last year, 2019, SUSNET introduced the Malaysia GPM Recognition Award to support more individual, SMEs, companies, and organizations to come forward and get more understanding with regards to sustainability impact assessment and on how to be a competent project manager. Based on that, we have 20 companies who have participated in the recognition award last year. This year, 2020, despite the COVID pandemic, we saw a tremendous improvement in the awareness of the award, and we have close to 1,000% submission, from 20 to close to 200 submission this year. This not only marked an achievement for SUSNET, but also with the business and education communities that are now exposed to the sustainability project management skill. We hope that such high interest to upgrade projects to be adopted sustainable practices and also to be witnessed as having sustainability impact in the recognition that deserve to be given to the project owners, project managers, and team players. With the assessment that has been done on this year, project submission, the room for improvement will be more justifiable, especially now that the talent, creativity, and skill are identified not only in the project design stage, but also in the implementation or completion stage. As the government in supporting the United Nations 17 SDG, our project assessment criteria are very much aligned to the goals. Together, our recognition award and the government agenda will be achieved faster via our SUSNET programs, training, workshop, and certification. I thank all my assessment team for the great work and the job well done in assessing close to 200 submissions. Now, the time has come for us to actually make the announcement of the result. there are 3 clusters that we have actually put in place for this year: the school, the polytechnics, as well as the industry cluster. To begin with, I will start with the school cluster. The recipient for the Malaysia Green Project Management Award are, let us view the video. Well done to the recipient. We have 49 polytechnics projects, plus 39 award and 10 upskilling project development recognition. Now let's go to the industry cluster. Let's watch the video. Okay, well done to the recipient. We have 35 industry projects and 35 awards. After going through the list of submission, I would say that everyone is a winner. Everyone is a project manager. And to be sustainable, that's the competency and the recognition that need to be assessed. And we hope all the founder and the recipient will look beyond what they have done today and to look at some of the available funding facilities for you to move forward in expanding your implementation. Okay, with that, I pass on back to Dr. No.
Thank you, Ganesha, for the wonderful announcement. Yeah, we all have been trying to keep all these secrets to this end because we know that many people has been trying to find out what category of recognition have they received for this year. Yeah, I think this is one of the mark of the history with respect towards sustainability, especially in Malaysia. How to recognize sustainability impact coming from school? How to recognize the effort of coming from polytechnics and those patterns that they have developed in their, curriculum development? How do we bring industries that are already contributing to the community, to the Orang Asli, to the Temenggong Dam, to the people who have created impact to the tourism? All these things, they all have got a lot of everything in common. That means the project has got a lot of sustainability impact element, and that's why they got recognized. Yeah? We know that for those winners, you can go to sustainability-awards.com. That's where all the announcement of all the award winners is. Yeah. So we know that there are 190 applicants. So for Engineer Hisham to really bring everybody list of products or list of successful projects will take a long time. Yeah, but we have already prepared the website, the Sustainability Awards website. It is part of our contribution to ensure that all those people who have submitted their project description, who have submitted their evidence of their project, we have compiled them, all the information into a very nice format for everybody to see who are the award winners. Yeah. So as Dr. Joel kindly said, a recognition is an acceptance of competency because you have drive it based on your project management development for the community. This year, we bring in the schools and we bring in the polytechnics because they have now developed green curriculum and also bring in a lot of projects that is related to environment. So for those winners and for those recipients, as you said, you can always contact our SUSNET admin to find out where is the website, and all those videos and presenters and all those the people that today, all their presentation slides will be put at the website. So not to worry, every one of us has already contributed. And this year, 2020 is about to end. And we hope with this sustainability impact assessment, we can definitely work together and guide you for all the things that can be done with us within our society, within our community, and within our association. To all the presenters and the speakers for today, we would like to thank you for your wealth in contributing the knowledge on financing. For all the participants who participate in this year Malaysia Green Sustainable Project Management Awards, we'd like to thank all the coordinators, the teachers, the state government, the Ministry of Higher Education, especially Jabatan Polytechnic and College Community, who has tremendously helped together with a lot of other associations, just like any one of you. We are all overwhelmed with many activities. We cannot list down all the people's names, but we know that we are very close at heart in supporting this event, a successful one. With that, we hope next year we will definitely help more and more people to be assessed. And most important thing after this, we'll help people to be funded and to be financed. Because project is just not to be left untouched. Project is more meant to be given further assistance, facilitation, and also financing, so that all the impact that has been identified can go into fruition. Yeah. So with that, Engineer Hisham, anything that you want to add in? As we say, this is our last message to the participants, and we hope all of them are happy with our event, and inshallah, we hope we can do better next year.
Yep, again, I will say that we hope that we have done well this year, and we could actually done better next year. And let's spread the news on sustainability mindset to all. And we're looking forward for 2021. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you for all. We hope to see you again, and we have a new channel called Sustainability Talk channel, where you will be having in Malay and English, and all the winners will be bringing you on board to our new channel so that you can explain more regarding your project and that more people will get to know about you. And again, more collaboration can be done with all the financial institutions and the state government, and also with other NGOs or associations. With that, thank you very much and have a nice day to all of you. Take care. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.